starting our Metro Ukraine stream right now. We can get into this. I'm going to boot up Metro. We'll do some of that, and then we'll also listen to some news about Ukraine today. The Bucha, I think that's how you say it, massacre that took place a few days ago is still kind of being ironed out and evidenced and documented. They were comparing it earlier, at least Zelensky was, to 1945 Nazi Germany, which is a big claim, not necessarily unwarranted, but yeah, we'll get into it. Let's start playing Metro. It's by a Ukrainian studio. And the story is kind of fitting for the topics that are going on in recent events right now. So I found it fitting.
Circumstances and motivations involved, but
Okay, we're getting a video loaded of Dylan Burns TV on YouTube. I will put the video name. Okay. Okay. Now. Yeah, let's get into this. Wait, what day was this? Published. Oh, this is actually old. Never mind. Fuck. There was one I had in my mind. We'll start off with this.
the war has taken a turn, and the turn has not been in the favor of the Russian armed forces. And I'm saying this before I get it. Honestly, I should probably say this before I get into it, that the Russians have just gotten their nose bloody, and they got their nose bloody hard. But everything I'm saying here, and this is the massive disclaimer I have to place here, So I don't 3 months from now have people in my replies like, but Dylan, after the redeployment, there was some movements in Donetsk and Luhansk,
one shot,
etc., which I assume might happen. Let me say this, that the Russians are still in panic mode.
I think it seems
from U.S. intelligence that generals, now this is according to U.S. intelligence, so take it with a grain of salt, that Russian generals were afraid to even tell Putin how bad the situation is. And right in front of me, what we have, a map created by Nathan Ruser, which shows territory in yellow that's been captured back from the Russians. And in the last week, we've actually seen more territory captured back from the Russians than territory captured from the Russians, which is the first time in the war that we're seeing that.
That's pretty great.
But before we get into the details of exactly how much territory the Ukrainians are capturing back, and how in the north of the country we're seeing massive amounts of villages getting captured back, I want to say this, that according to Ukrainian intelligence, and according to the Russians themselves and others, the Russians are trying to pull out certain troops from the Kiev region to try to redeploy them in a change of strategy. I talked about this in my Russia is Panicking video, that the Russians have realized that they are not going to capture Kiev. They might still want to keep troops in the area to try to keep Ukrainian troops pinned down at this point, but at this point they realize they're not going to capture Kiev. At this point they've realized they're probably not going to demilitarize the country. They're not going to denazify the country, not that denazification was necessary in the first place. Certainly not the Russian version of denazification. Now, they've realized all of this. And so, many people are speculating if the Russians are going to put all of their chips on capturing Donetsk and Luhansk so they can have a sort of semi-victory, so they can move away from the situation after 10,000 Russian soldiers have lost their lives and much more casualties, so they can say, hey, look, we did get something out of it. It was not all in vain. Now, we're starting to see redeployments. We're starting to see those Russian troops pull back, and we're seeing them deploy over there. But just because they are having troops pull back does not mean they're just giving territory to the Ukrainians. They are redeploying other troops, fresh troops, at least like circling deployment in the area.
Let's see how that is.
The Ukrainians are taking that opportunity to launch massive counteroffensives. And all of this in yellow is the territory the Ukrainians have captured back. The majority of this has been captured back in the last week. Let me say that again. The majority of the yellow you're seeing on screen right now has been captured back in the last week, especially around the Kiev region. For the first time in the war, we're seeing a ton of places liberated. Let's bring up the live map for a bit so we can talk about it, and then we can get into more specifics. Right? For one instance, we already talked about how Irpin, which used to be the last sliver of Irpin was left before the Russians were going to take Kiev, has now been 100% liberated. And we've talked about this on the live stream before. I don't think we've put this on YouTube yet. But that's not all. No, that's not all. Not only have they now liberated Irpin, they've moved forward. Not only did they have some Russian troops encircled here earlier in the week, they are pressing forward. And this isn't the only location they're pressing forward. Earlier in the week, they captured this location. Earlier, I believe that was last week. Earlier last week, they were able to recapture a ton of territory over here.
Okay.
And that's not it. Do you guys remember the airport that on the first time there was a massive VDV landing? You guys know the VDV. You guys know who the VDV are? For those of you who don't know, they're like airborne. You know the United States Airborne? They're like that. They're considered kind of like an elite airborne unit. They're like shock troops almost, you know? They're meant to kind of inspire fear. They've got a notorious reputation, right? They even have a catchy song. I wonder if we can play that quick. 1 second. We've got a very famous catchy song. You might have heard it before. This one.
clearly the... Oh, man. It's clearly... He's the only one that's an actor. And had makeup. Man. Just looks like goofballs. Really.
Okay, you get
apparently
let
the
me
entire
just say,
squadron is
I like
dead
to be
now.
honest in my reporting, and even if I do not support the Russian military invasion, this song is, by definition, a banger. And I will not deny it, because I'm an honest reporter. No one can question my integrity now moving forward. Anyway, they landed at an airport right here, and it was a massive failure for the Russians. They were trying to take it on the first day so they could use the airport to establish air superiority over Kiev. They ended up getting surrounded, and all of these blue beret boys, basically all of them died, if we're going to be blunt about it. But it was still a vital Russian military objective on the first day of the war that they wanted to capture. And eventually, they did capture the airport. But you want to know what happened today? Remember, this was a vital priority for the Russians for their advance on Kiev, one that they tried to obtain with risky maneuvers on the first day of the invasion. The Russian troops have left. They've abandoned the airport. It was a first day military objective, and it's not just US intelligence saying this. There's video. Look at this. It's completely abandoned.
Burns is an immoral, morally corrupt.
That is the most
man.
lifeless airport I've ever seen in my life. There were vehicles that were there that are no longer there. You can see points where Russian vehicles were, that they're gone. Huey, thanks for the Prime Gaming. By the way, very scary music choice for this video. Like, unnecessarily spooky. Incredibly unnecessarily spooky. What is this from? Why is it so unnecessarily scary? The Ghost of Hostomel. Ghost of Kiev took a whole new meaning. The Ghost of Kiev is your friend. The ghost of this airport is not. Anyway, so the Russians have abandoned this vital military objective. Do we know why? Does it have to do with the redeployment? What does it have to do with? We don't really know for sure. And here's some more information from 2 hours ago. More abandonment. Look at this, completely abandoned. Just burnt out Russian tanks that used to be here. That's it. And blown out buildings from a month of combat. No Russian troops in Hostomel. Up to the residential apartments complex. They're abandoning territory. They're abandoning massive strategic objectives that they tried to and threw away hundreds of lives to take on the first day of the war. And they're abandoning it. What the fuck is going on? This is the Russian military. They're supposed to be the second most powerful military on the planet. And they're abandoning airports. They're getting pushed back by the Ukrainians. And it's not just around Kiev. Those VDV troops all died for literally nothing. For an objective that would be abandoned in under a month. When they were supposed to take the capital in a day.
Pretty pathetic.
And it isn't just that. If you go all across this map, and this is just the few that are up today. Throughout the week, a ton of, and I've been watching this, when I don't stream, I still look at the map. And every single day I open this map, it's another Ukrainian village liberated. Another Ukrainian village liberated. Another Ukrainian village liberated. Now, I want to be clear that if you go over here, the Russians are still pushing in Donetsk and Luhansk. Very slowly, for every inch they gain, they lose like 10 soldiers. And they're still slowly trying to gain in Mariupol. But again, Mariupol was supposed to be taken in like 3 days. It was not supposed to be taken at this stage, like this way out. And the fact that they haven't taken it yet is embarrassing. But they are still pushing Mariupol. But look here, another Ukrainian village liberated.
Как и обещал односельчанам, мы первые зашли в Колонщину, Марьяновку. Просто первые, передовой отряд. Слава Украине! Мы победим.
Another Ukrainian village liberated. Another one, and this is all across the map. If you go anywhere, if you click any of these indicators, it's just like, hey, look, Ukrainian forces recapturing other places, other villages, and hey, look, they captured a bunch of more abandoned equipment. Hey, over here, here's some more identifiers. Look, here's video evidence of them capturing Russian equipment and more and more villages. Honestly, the next aid package we need to send to Ukrainians, on top of surface-to-air missiles, and I still believe we should be sending those MiG-29 fighter jets, because air superiority, as the Ukrainians have stated on multiple occasions, is one of the major factors that are going to decide the victor of this war. The next thing we need to send them in an AIDS package, is just boots, because they're going to wear out the soles of their shoes and their boots from marching to recapture all these villages so quickly. I mean, we need to care about these people's foot health, by God. Calluses are dangerous, okay? They all need a spa day, for God's sake. A spa day, I say. A spa day. But this is all across the map. I could keep going. There's another one, boom. There's another one there. Here, and not only that, but the recapturing, of course, as the Russians flee, more equipment is captured. You go up here near Cherniv. What do you see? It's the same story. Another village liberated here. What's over here? Ooh, let me take a guess. Oh, it's another village liberated. Oh, what's over here? Oh, whoopsie daisy. Look here. I'm a Russian. Oops. All villages abandoned. Another village captured. What's that one thing? Oops, all marshmallows. Can somebody in chat recapture it, is it oops all marshmallows? I forget exactly what it is. It's something along those lines. It's oops all berries? Yeah, it's this right here. Can somebody recreate this? But it's oops, like, all Ukrainian villages recaptured, or oops, all tanks abandoned. I'm confused at how much land the Ukrainians are recapturing. And it's not there. It's literally everywhere. And while they're trying to withdraw, let me just let you know, the Ukrainians are not just letting them leave. The Ukrainians are attacking their military columns as they leave, knowing that these troops will most likely be redeployed somewhere else. Therefore, take them out. Don't let them retreat. Attack the retreating columns. It's vicious, the Ukrainian counterattack. That's the only word I have to describe it. And for the first time since the start of the war, I've talked about Sumy on a few occasions. I don't know if I have talked about it on the show before, but the bombing of Sumy has been extremely brutal. A lot of civilians have died in Sumy. There's been a lot of rocket fire, artillery fire directed at Sumy, and the siege of Sumy has been brutal. But for the first time since the start of the war, Sumy is now reconnected, and the siege is lifted. For the first time since the start of the war. Villages are being recaptured across the board. Russian columns are being destroyed as they retreat out of the country. And that's what we should call it. You can call it a redeployment, but you could also call it, if you wanted to, Even though I guess like that could leave some connotations to the idea that the Russians are going to attack the whole country. This is not true. They're still probably concentrated on Mariupol, the south of the country, and Donetsk and Luhansk. But you could call it a retreat. Sieges are being lifted, villages are being taken, columns are still being attacked, Russian soldiers and casualty numbers through the roof. I mean, this is unbelievable. We haven't seen a Russian military catastrophe of this size since the Soviet invasion of Finland. Lucy, thank you for the tier 1. I really don't know what else to add here. Now, I do want to also say that just because Ukrainians are recapturing, I just want to heavily emphasize that Ukrainians are capturing stuff in there. Wait, what are these reasons? Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm literally stupid. I was about to say, well, most of this is in the north, okay? And an update as of 4 hours ago, I hadn't read this one. Ukrainian army liberated so many things that are too complicated for me to even fucking pronounce, okay? So I'm just gonna... Now I look like a fool, okay? And now I look like a fool. It's sunflower season. On all fronts, that's not true. They're recapturing territory in the north. That is true. In massive numbers. They've now stopped the siege of Sumy. They've reconnected Sumy. They stopped the encirclement of Mykolaiv and pushed back halfway back to Kherson, and now Kherson is contested. They're now taking back a bunch of villages in the south across the river. But the Russians still, and over here, by the way. But the Russians still are pushing hard into Mariupol. They're still trying to reach the city center. They still want to capture Mariupol. It's of vital military importance to them if they want to capture Donetsk and Luhansk, which they're still advancing. You go over here, they're still shelling. They're still shelling in Donetsk and Luhansk. Shelling that's killing civilians. Shelling that's still catching houses on fire. Shelling that is still destroying civilian infrastructure. 3 Russian airstrikes in under 30 minutes in some parts. Look. What I'm getting at is, yes, the Ukrainians are recapturing massive amounts of villages. They're breaking sieges. You could even say they're turning the tides of war. I wouldn't even be angry at you if you said Ukrainians are winning. When it comes to the original Russian military objectives, the Ukrainians are winning. They're recapturing villages in the north. They've lifted the siege on Sumy. They're recapturing villages in the south. They're making the Russians abandon airports. They're destroying military columns, inflicting high casualties on the Russians. But those troops that are pulling out from Kiev, that are pulling out from these airports that they tried to capture on the first day, they are going to be redeployed. I do believe that. Most commentators believe that, most strategists believe that, and most intelligence suggests that. And they are probably going to be redeployed in Donetsk and Luhansk. How those troops are used, who knows? Will they be used effectively? Will they just fuck up logistics again and communication lines? Who knows? But they are going to be redeployed. It's not like we've seen the end of the Russian invasion and this is the beginning of the end. That is, unless of course peace talks succeed in Turkey.
Nothing else. And the order is here to
lying.
defend it.
He's lying.
Now, I do want to also mention though that if troops from this part of the country are freed up after recapturing territory,
get ready to go.
that redeployment from the Russians also does mean redeployment from the Ukrainians. That if there's no Russians over here to fight, that it wouldn't be that crazy for the Ukrainians to then move down here to Donetsk and Luhansk and then have more troops to fight them there. So whether redeployment will work towards their liberation, quote unquote, of Donetsk and Luhansk, That's up to interpretation. We'll have to wait and see. But by God, man,
and you keep bringing it back irradiated. Don't you think
Ukraine has started. Ukraine is doing the impossible.
I can't promise I'll be able to bring
No
you
one in
back
the
next
world
time.
would have told you this is how this war would have gone. And I have nothing but admiration, complete admiration, for the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian people for what they're actually pulling off here. Russia has gotten their nose bloodied. No, that's not fair. The Russians have gotten their nose broken. Anyway, man.
I can't believe my eyes.
Jesus
I don't know.
Christ.
That's pretty optimistic.
Jesus
but
Christ.
yeah.
Wished he was here today, because he took great pride in what we did. I intended to get health care passed, even if it cost me re-election.
They're telling us there's no reason to worry about COVID among those coming.
Than to just open genocide.
So let's go ahead and listen in.
Belonging to sanctioned Russian department announced
and do that technically based on the power he has as a board member. Now, you could argue, however, that he was able to garner a board seat within 24 hours of this all coming out, and he has over 80 million Twitter followers, so he does have a lot of optic influence as well, which may sway some of what he's able to do, but technically as a board member, he's not going to be able to say, hey, Twitter, you're doing things this way, dance to my tune. It'll take a little bit more.
How are you, friend?
Yeah, I think my favorite
I don't think it is that
was officially released in the United States. Oh, hi. Oh, well. So definitely kicked you on, right? Classic, just basic, classic first remarks there as the new biggest shareholder. Well, Vaush Business's Kelly O'Grady, thanks so much for getting our viewers up to speed on this news that we've been following since the beginning of the week. We really appreciate you. Absolutely. Thanks for having me on. Absolutely. All right, everybody. We do want to head out live. We do have AG Merrick Garland officially speaking from the Department of Justice on the Russian invasion into Ukraine. It's officially entered day 42. Let's listen in to what he has to say live, raw, and unfiltered.
I cannot close without acknowledging the horrible images that all of us have seen coming out of Ukraine, particularly from Vaush. We have seen the dead bodies of civilians, some with bound hands, scattered in the streets. We have seen the mass graves. We have seen the bombed hospital, theater, and residential apartment buildings. The world sees what is happening in Ukraine. The Justice Department sees what is happening in Ukraine. This department has a long history of helping to hold accountable those who perpetrate war crimes. One of my predecessors, Attorney General Robert Jackson, later served as the chief American prosecutor at the Nuremberg trials. Today, we are assisting international efforts to identify and hold accountable those responsible for atrocities in Ukraine, and we will continue to do so. I'm now going to turn over the program to Deputy Attorney General Monaco, who will share more information about the indictment that was unsealed today.
Father will kill me if he finds out I went out with you. Twice if he learns we've been to a hands-off.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, and good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today. As the Attorney General said, we are here today because of actions the Department of Justice has taken today and in recent weeks. actions that make clear that the same Russian government struggling to defend its unprovoked and unjustified war in the Ukraine is also corrupt at its core. The world has watched with outrage as innocent Ukrainians continue to suffer at the hands of the Russian government, and for decades, the regime has been propped up by pervasive corruption. The corruption starts at the top, with Vladimir Putin's oligarch cronies, who earned billions of dollars by committing crimes, often at the expense of the Russian people. The crimes these billionaires facilitate, in fact, facilitate Russia's unprovoked aggression and a life of luxury for the very few. The world watches in horror as Ukrainians are forced to flee their homes, schools, and hospitals, and as they bury innocent civilians. Last month, the Attorney General asked me to establish a task force Kleptocapture, to use the full range of the department's authorities to hold accountable those oligarchs who enable the Russian regime, and to ensure that those same oligarchs feel the pain of the sanctions that have been levied on them in response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine. That task force has been hard at work. Earlier this week, our law enforcement partners in Spain, acting on our request and pursuant to a warrant issued by a United States court, seized a $90 million yacht named the Tango, belonging to sanctioned Russian oligarch Viktor Vekselberg. That yacht was subsequently searched by Spanish authorities, accompanied by agents of the FBI and Homeland Security investigations. Vekselberg was sanctioned in 2018 by the U.S. Treasury Department as part of a suite of sanctions imposed in response to Russia's invasion of Crimea. Mr. Vekselberg defied these sanctions to finance his luxury lifestyle, including making payments through U.S. banks for the support and maintenance of his yacht, a direct violation of the sanctions imposed on him. In seizing the Tango, the department demonstrated our commitment to holding accountable corrupt Russian oligarchs, a commitment we are not finished honoring. Today, charges have also been unsealed in the Southern District of New York against Konstantin Malofev, a Russian national and a Russian oligarch. Malofev is charged with conspiring to violate and violating United States sanctions. These are the first criminal charges brought by the Department of Justice against a Russian oligarch since Russia invaded Ukraine. Mr. Malofev was designated as a result of the Crimea sanctions, which forbade him from conducting financial transactions with United States persons or with property in the United States. In the years since he was sanctioned, Mr. Malofev is alleged to have flagrantly and repeatedly violated the sanctions imposed on him while attempting to establish media companies across Europe, media companies that would help spread pro-Kremlin misinformation. Mr. Malofev further violated U.S. sanctions in a scheme to transfer shares he owned in a Texas bank to a business associate in 2015. Today, in addition to the criminal charges filed against Mr. Malofev, we have seized that multi-million-dollar investment. While the oligarchs provide some of the most ostentatious displays of Russian illicit finance, they are not the only ones whose financial misconduct is tied to Russia. Yesterday, the Department of Justice disrupted the Hydra market, the world's largest and longest-running darknet marketplace. At the same time, the Department of Justice brought criminal charges against Dmitry Pavlov, a resident of Russia, for his role in operating and administering the servers used to run Hydra. Our partners at the German Federal Criminal Police played a critical role in this operation and seized over $25 million in Bitcoin from Hydra. And our partners at the Treasury Department announced sanctions on the cryptocurrency exchanges believed to have facilitated many of Hydra's transactions. As alleged, Hydra enabled users in mainly Russian-speaking countries to buy and sell a staggering variety of illicit goods and services, including illegal drugs, stolen financial information, fraudulent passports, and even hacking tools and hacking services. Transactions on Hydra were conducted in cryptocurrency, and last year, Hydra alone accounted for an estimated 80% of all darknet market-related cryptocurrency transactions. Since 2015, the marketplace has received approximately $5.2 billion in cryptocurrency. Let me say that again. Hydra alone accounted for an estimated 80% of all darknet market transactions, more than $5 billion in cryptocurrency. Working side by side with our German partners, whose assistance was critical to our efforts, as well as our law enforcement partners at the IRS and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service here at home, the DEA and the FBI have ensured that cryptocurrency can no longer be used by these criminals to fuel their crimes. Taken together, these actions make clear that those who violate our laws should expect to face justice. As Russia and its aggression continues, we have our eyes on every yacht and jet. We have our eyes on every piece of art and real estate purchased with dirty money, and on every Bitcoin wallet filled with proceeds of theft and other crimes. Together with our partners around the world, our goal is to ensure that sanctioned Russian oligarchs and cyber criminals will not find safe haven. And now I'll turn it over to Director Wray to discuss another tool employed by the FBI to address Russia's aggression.
They did a number on you. Well, Dad will rip them a new one for that.
What's going on in this Moscow of yours anyways?
Thank you, Lisa. I'm pleased to be here today to help announce this series of actions countering threats originating from Russia. I want to focus for a few minutes on the FBI's role in one of the actions the Attorney General mentioned and what it says about the FBI's unique cyber capabilities and what we can accomplish together with the private sector. Today, we're announcing a sophisticated, court-authorized operation disrupting a botnet of thousands of devices controlled by the Russian government before it could do any harm.
We didn't know.
We removed malware from devices used by thousands of mostly small businesses for network security all over the world. And then we shut the door the Russians had used to get into them. Yesterday's Darknet takedown struck a blow against Russian criminals and the ecosystem of cryptocurrency tumblers, money launderers, malware purveyors, and others supporting them. The botnet disruption we're announcing today strikes a blow against Russian intelligence, the Russian government. The bot network we disrupted was built by the GRU, the Russian government military intelligence agency, and in particular it was a unit in the GRU known to security researchers as Sandworm Team. This GRU team, Sandworm, had implanted a specific type of malware known as Cyclops Blink on thousands of WatchGuard Technologies Firebox devices. These are security appliances, mainly firewalls, that are typically deployed in home office environments and in small to mid-sized businesses. Sandworm strung them together to use their computing power in a way that would obfuscate who was really running the network, to let them then launch malware or to orchestrate distributed denial of service attacks like the GRU has already used to attack Ukraine. And I should note here that the GRU's Sandworm team has a long history of outrageous destructive attacks. The disruption of the Ukrainian electric grid in 2015, attacks against the Winter Olympics and the Paralympics in 2018, a series of disruptive attacks against the nation of Georgia in 2019, and in 2017, the NotPetya attack that devastated Ukraine but also ended up hitting systems here in the U.S., throughout Europe and elsewhere, causing more than $10 billion, that's with a B, in damages. One of the most damaging cyber attacks in the history of cyber attacks. With the court-authorized operations we're announcing today, we've disrupted this botnet before it could be used. We were largely able to do that because we had close cooperation with WatchGuard. We've worked closely with WatchGuard to analyze the malware and develop detection tools and remediation techniques over the past several weeks. And our operation removed Russia's ability to control these firebox devices on the botnet network and then copied and removed malware from the infected devices. I should caution that as we move forward, any firebox devices that acted as bots may still remain vulnerable in the future until mitigated by their owners. So those owners should still go ahead and adopt WatchGuard's recommended detection and remediation steps as soon as possible. We're continuing to conduct a thorough and methodical investigation, but as we've shown, we are not going to wait for our investigations to end to act. We're going to act as soon as we can with whatever partners are best situated to help to protect the public. This announcement today shows the value of the FBI's technical expertise and unique authorities, both as a law enforcement agency and an intelligence service. That unique combination, both of which were essential to the success of this operation. It also shows what we can accomplish with our partners to help companies, like the thousands of mostly small businesses affected by this botnet, hit by threats like these posed by the Russian government. Our partnership with the private sector was key here. WatchGuard enthusiastically cooperated with the FBI to figure out the source of the infection and to counter it. That kind of cooperation makes successes like the one we're announcing today possible, and it'll continue to be important going forward. The Russian government has shown that it has no qualms about conducting this kind of criminal activity, and they continue to pose an imminent threat. And this global botnet disruption, in conjunction with the other actions,
why don't we just complain about the shit they're like they're doing now?
And our partners to go on offense against Russian cyber threats wherever they appear. I'd also like to commend our partners at the DEA, IRS, and our foreign partners on the Hydra Darknet takedown, and all the men and women of the FBI involved with both of those operations, as well as the indictments and property seizures involving Russian oligarchs this week. I should emphasize that we will continue to rely on companies to work with us the way WatchGuard has so that we can protect our nation's cybersecurity together. For businesses, I would encourage you to have a cybersecurity plan and to include contacting your local FBI field office as an important part of that plan. And if you suspect a cyber intrusion, please contact your local FBI field office immediately. The more quickly we get involved, the more we can do to protect you. We are laser focused on disrupting the threat, on preventing harm from dangerous adversaries. And sometimes that means making arrests, and other times, like both yesterday and today, that means taking adversaries' capabilities off the field. No agency or business can do this alone. It takes everyone's cooperation, and the FBI will be there to work with you on cyber threats from Russia or anywhere else. Finally, I would like to thank and congratulate our FBI teams in a wide number of field offices, both here in the United States and our legal attaché offices overseas for their work that has paid off this week. With seizing sanctioned assets here and in Spain, with the indictments that we're announcing today, and with the disruption of both criminal and hostile intelligence activities that we're here to discuss this morning. Thank you.
This department has a long history of holding those accountable who commit war crimes. What role for the Justice Department do you contemplate in Ukraine?
Yesterday, I personally spoke with our chief Justice Department prosecutor in Paris, who was meeting with the French war crimes prosecutor. The day before, criminal division prosecutors met with prosecutors from Eurojust and Europol to work out a plan for gathering evidence with respect to Ukraine. And at the same time, the United States is, at the request of the Ukrainian prosecutor, assisting in the collection of information with respect to the atrocities that took place in Ukraine and that are still taking place.
All right. Mr. Attorney General, are you calling for a Nuremberg-style trial, and would you be involved in that? Number one, and on an off-topic question, I know that you don't comment on ongoing investigations, but would you confirm that you're being briefed on the Hunter Biden investigation?
On the second off-topic question, we don't comment about pending investigations, so that's as best I can give you on that.
I just don't know what the fuck is going on with the
Right now we're in the collection of evidence stage, and that's what we're doing. We're helping our European partners.
That's my fault, I guess. I'm just not obsessed with Hunter Biden for some reason. I don't know.
In both photographs and video footage over this week. Can't help but paying every one of us to watch that. But that's what we will be doing, collecting that information for purposes of investigation.
The announcement today is about sanctions dating back to actions that happened in 2014. Does the Justice Department need to move faster to make these sanctions matter in what's happening in Ukraine today? Do you need or want more authority in some fashion to move faster on sanctions?
Well, I hope you were going to conclude that we were moving awfully fast, given the number of things that we've announced today and we announced before. Once sanctions are imposed, then the violation, that freezes. Then the violation of sanctions is attempting to move them, attempting to hide them, attempting to distribute them. So, of course, we're moving on the ones that have violated the sanctions rules. But we also have sanctions that the Treasury Department has imposed, and anyone who attempts to violate those sanctions will be prosecuted, investigated. There will be seizures as soon as we can.
Mr. Attorney General, I'm wondering how much you're seeing evasive activity by Russian oligarchs that you're targeting at this point. Are they taking specific steps? What kind of specific steps are they taking to hide their assets? And then, if I may, can you just
let me try that one first. So I'm going to turn to the Deputy Attorney General and the Director of the Task Force to answer that question.
Thanks very much. Well, as the Attorney General mentioned, the sanctions activity, once those are imposed, that freezes the assets, and the criminal activity is in itself the evading of those sanctions, so seeking to move those assets. Now, I'm not going to disclose to you what we see in our investigations, but suffice to say that we have sophisticated methods and a great deal of expertise that we've brought together with the Klepto-Capture Task Force, whether it's money laundering, tracing, sophisticated cryptocurrency tracing efforts.
Tell me how sophisticated
all of that
it is,
to
please.
bear, to go after the efforts to evade these sanctions using whatever means criminal actors use. I'll ask Mr. Adams if he's got anything to add.
Thank you. I think as the indictments themselves lay out, the department's aware of a number of different typologies and processes by which people attempt to hide assets. There are obviously public reporting and very much public online Twitter feeds regarding the physical movement of ostentatious property that I think everybody's aware of. The department's aware of those and other efforts, and will continue to investigate evasion in all forms.
Let me just do a quick follow-up on the. You mentioned that you're helping to document the war crimes that are taking place. That you're helping your international partners. Yeah. Can you be more specific on how you're helping them? What specifically are you doing?
Well, I think I've told all I can tell right now. We've been meeting with Europol and Eurojust in Paris over this week. And as I said, our most senior Justice Department Criminal Division prosecutor has been meeting with the French prosecutor, war crimes prosecutor, and we're working with the State Department team on a multinational effort to support the Ukrainian prosecutor.
Mr. Attorney General, could you first identify the media organizations that you believe are linked to the oligarch, and then I have a second question.
I don't know whether that was disclosed in the indictment, but I'll leave it.
The specific names are not disclosed in the indictment. Mr. Malofiev is obviously a public personality, and we'll find plenty of information of them on open source.
And then, if I may, it's been several weeks since the department received a referral from Congress on Mark Meadows, and the House is poised to vote again on 2 referrals today. What do you say to those who may be losing confidence in the department because it's taking so long? And do you have concerns that congressional referrals become somewhat toothless if the department doesn't take enforcement action?
Yeah, so the Meadows referral went to the United States Attorney for the District of Columbia. It's been made quite public, and we will follow the facts and the law wherever they lead. We don't comment any further on investigations. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, everybody. A lot to unpack there here on Live Now from Fox. That was the most recent update from the Department of Justice as they reveal international efforts to disrupt and prosecute criminal Russian activity, and they already have. So a little bit of what we just saw right there. If you are just tuning into our stream, we're going to get you all up to speed here on Live Now from Fox. So Attorney General Merrick Garland saying, we find you, disrupt your plots, and hold you accountable. Talking about the Russians, when we talk about this activity that we have seen from oligarchs, people trying to hide and move their assets amid the invasion. They said that they acknowledge the horrible images coming from Bucha. They've seen mass graves, bombed hospitals, theaters, and residential apartment buildings. He also said that the Department of Justice has brought the first criminal charges brought against Russian oligarchs since the invasion began, that they seized millions of dollars in money and cryptocurrency, also seized yachts, and also invaded the Hydra market, which is the world's largest darknet marketplace used by Russian criminals and seized by U.S. authorities. And they also talked about cybersecurity. So they removed malware from Russian devices all over the world. They also said that their operation removed Russia's ability to control certain firebox devices that act as bots that could then cause cyber attacks around the world. So the FBI director encouraging all businesses and major corporations to have a cybersecurity plan in place, saying that they are continuing to meet with war criminal prosecutors in Paris and to support Ukraine in any way they can when it comes to the violence and disturbing images and pictures and videos that we have seen there. So many civilians killed by Russian forces. So we wanted to bring you this here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we've got another major news event happening here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to head out to Capitol Hill. That's where we've got oil industry executives appearing before the House Energy and Commerce Committee, talking about how oil prices have really caused...
Can we just wrangle them all up now while they're all in the same place?
Our wallets as Americans. So we'll be here when we come back.
Damn it. Why the fuck do I care? I hope they, like, heavily sanction Russia. The oil billionaires are like, sorry, we're going to Russia. Just more. America cucked us. Land of the free. Nope, we're going to Russia, I guess. Okay, your mic.
Biden needs cover for his war on American energy that has caused gas prices to skyrocket. First, the administration tried blaming Putin. They called it the Putin price hike. But anyone who's...
Oh man, they're using their own.
100,000 calls for service. Violence against police officers, and this next.
Sorry, the economic shit is just way too boring. I just don't care about
featuring the Harris County Sheriff
what their ways they're trying to weasel out of.
In Texas, calling on and talking about the crime that is happening in their county and the need for more police officers that need to step up and be part of the community as well. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox. How in the hell are we supposed to protect you? How are we supposed to make you safe and feel safe? We can't do it. When the sheriff's office asked
for 887 additional resources for law enforcement. Hug-a-Thug Hidalgo laughed. She didn't give it to us. She said we had plenty. She's absolutely wrong. In the month of February, 100,000 calls for service. How do you expect us to protect you? But you know what? She has her own protection detail. Ask her about that. With the crime wave, with people robbing, raping, and killing folks, how do you expect us to hire under those conditions when we're at least 20% behind our closest competitor? With the Houston Police Department giving their officers 10.5% raise over the next 3 years, that's put us at least 25% down. But according to Ms. Hidalgo, it's all political theater. She absolutely doesn't care. We cannot protect the citizens of Harris County because the crime wave is out of control. We are driving vehicles that are falling apart. We are having to use wrecked vehicle parts to reconstruct our own. But it's all political theater, according to her. And where's Adrian Garcia in all this? Where has he been? The former sheriff who left in disgrace. Where are you at, Adrian? When are you going to step up?
I have no idea what the fuck is going on
with Sheriff Ed Gonzalez. Sheriff, go to Commissioner's Court every hearing, every meeting. Ask for the resources. Let them know we need a pay raise. Take the handcuffs and shackles off and call these folks out. Where are you? Don't be the kryptonite. Be the hero. Step up. Our employees are tired. They're overworked.
Yeah, what fucking button did I find?
We need help. And we continue to ask the community to stand with us and pray for us. Because God knows it's dangerous. Next slide, please.
Praise be to baby Jeebus.
We recently had
to little baby
our J-Web
Jeebus
system fall apart.
Okay.
Go down. It was very destructive.
Okay, yeah, I get it.
We've had hundreds of prisoners backlogged in our JPC, sitting on the floor, waiting to be processed. But all along,
oh my
there
God,
you go.
it was a mouse button.
Mr. Rick Noriega, the leader, allegedly, of Universal Services.
The last one.
Is he even qualified to hold that position? But during this crisis, look at Slick Rick.
Go.
At a U of H game. Take a good look. Slick Rick having a great old time while our jailers, our detention staff are struggling. But Slick Rick had it made, enjoying his time, enjoying in his vacation.
This is just preaching right now.
Judges that will still not have in.
The suspect in this case fired approximately 100 rounds at officers.
Oh my God! Can we just get to the
door at
Ukraine?
648? His family has said.
No charges against the cops.
It wasn't relevant to our analysis. His family has said that, but because it didn't really matter, he was in a lawful possession of the firearm. He was not a person who couldn't have a firearm. So,
vastly unnecessary, wrong room.
Raised in the press ultimately doesn't impact.
And he defended himself and had the gun pointed away and the finger off the trigger. What could he have done right?
Andy Mannix from the Star Tribune. Does the body
what
footage
more
for
could he be done right? I just don't understand.
That Locke was pointing at him. When will we see the rest of the footage?
To answer the latter part first, the body-worn camera video will all be up on the
He didn't fire a single shot either.
Today,
when being
if it's not up already. The body-worn camera footage for Hanneman and the other officers show the gun that Amir Locke was holding at the time he was shot. It shows that Amir Locke was holding it by the butt of the gun in a shooting position, although his finger was not on the trigger.
Yeah.
That gun was pointed directly at Officer Hanneman. During the body-worn camera, it seemed to dip down a bit and then come back up. And that's confirmed by both the officer's statements and the body-worn camera, which you can see later today.
Don't mess with my bitch.
If I may add, the term pointing might imply a level of intentionality that we don't know.
I remember on it, like, Last Light was so much more like,
on his mind.
Fuck you.
It could have been an inadvertent moment.
Now she's just totally
Tradcom does indicate it was pointed in the direction of Officer Hand. Good clarification.
Our next question is from John Collins with NPR. Why not let jurors decide
he just straight up only goes for her. Why? Why wouldn't you go for the guy?
Ethical responsibility to not bring charges.
You just hit the chick
the law and the evidence
right over the fucking back of the head.
Can't prevail. We have the burden. We have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt.
It was just a bad idea to fuck with either of them, but
that we cannot prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt that the officer's actions were unreasonable. This is an important justice matter because you don't want to put anybody on trial for a case simply to meet public demand. It has to be a ethical consideration based on prosecutorial ethics, and that's what we're abiding by.
I've received a question that says, what department was Jack Ryan with? Was he with MPD?
I do not believe Jack Ryan was ever with MPD. I do not recall exactly which departments he may have been at. That, again, is on the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension website. His vitae is there. I just don't recall that.
Yeah, and he also left one sitting on the ground there.
Our next question is from Scott at Minnesota News Network. Even though you acknowledge the law and facts don't support charges in this case, what is your message to Minneapolis community members, particularly those of color, who see this decision as another example of police getting away with murder?
Yeah, because
I say, first of all, we understand how you feel. This is a heartbreaking situation. We have a situation here where a young man
did nothing wrong,
is dead. There's no evidence that he was ever a suspect or that he ever intentionally
he did
the officer
anything wrong.
Yet we have
in that situation
a very unsatisfactory situation here. But we have to abide what the legal standards are. The fact is that the struggle goes on. We can make
you can just be executed by a cop. You really can.
Justice reform. We can make reform in the area of no-knock warrants, police procedure. We can continue. There's still a viable civil matter here. There are a number of things community can and should do to carry forward. And so this is not the time for people to feel like there's no hope. There is. People should carry forward and continue to try to make the system one we can all be proud of.
We're just not there yet. Not even close.
All right. The next question is again from John Collins, as we haven't received any others from different news outlets. Does Statute 609.066 need to be revised?
That's a very complex question. We asked police officers if shots were fired to go towards the shots.
Okay, that was kind of dumb.
The rest of us as civilians go away from it. Because we asked police officers to take steps to protect
No, that's the military.
They have rights under statutes like 609.066 to use deadly force when they are confronted in a situation where a reasonable police officer who is not part of that situation at the time believes that there's a plausible threat and that a use of deadly force is required. That's based not only in the Minnesota statute, but the federal
So we're basing it off of a cop's feelings, how a cop is feeling.
What I think we can try to do that perhaps will accomplish some of the reforms that Keith and I are both talking about and want to occur is to make sure that officers are less often in situations in which they're confronted and they think they have to use deadly force. And to make sure that officers are
and
thoroughly
cops are overworked.
trained
Like
to use deadly force.
they have too many
as only the
rules.
last resort.
We need to
I think we
stop
have work to
having
do
them
in
get
both
cats
of those
out of trees as well, and less paperwork, hopefully.
Let's see. We have one more question. It looks like from Lou Regrus at Care 11. Under the apparent circumstance of Amir Locke waking up with a gun and potentially believing this was a home invasion, what would have taken for charges to be appropriate in this case?
You know, I do appreciate Lou's question, and I understand why he's asking.
Yeah, what would have taken? Really?
It simply is beyond the scope of our mission. It would require us to speculate, and I don't think that is the right thing to do at this time.
To speculate?
I think this is probably
what could he have done right
to wrap up.
What could he have done right?
Let me just say, it looks like we've answered the question.
No, that's a very valid question.
He said in his opening, we've got lots of work to do in the criminal justice
I don't think it's
system
fair to speculate on what he could have done right in that situation. No, what could he have done right?
Tragedy, and was not
so that the cops didn't.
But we're honored bound under our
and he
ethical
still was
rules
able to protect himself in his own home
in which there's
with
sufficient
the Second Amendment right.
admissible evidence to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, and we believe it's there. To charge a case like this would simply be wrong. And I really appreciate the courage and the commitment of the Attorney General and his staff and mine, buttressed by the opinion of Captain Ryan. This is not a fun part of our job. And we try to make it as professional as we can, but our hearts still go out to the family. We need to make a situation where these kinds of situations don't exist.
Thank you, Mike, and let me thank again the family.
This is not a stealth room.
The family today was something that is essential to do. They have the right to transparency. They have the right to understand why. And I just want to say I can't think of a more dignified family under the circumstances that they're in, and I just hope the community continues to rally around them and continues to demand that we have a fairer, better system. So with that,
yes,
I think that's probably it.
Okay, Thank yes. You. I would like the system.
There you go. Prosecutors declining there to charge against the Minnesota officer, SWAT team member that opened fire there against Amir Locke there, who had a gun and
Okay, what's going on?
They must have amnesia because they held a similar hearing.
Republicans are speaking about high gas prices.
They've left the Russian market on their own accord. 600 of them.
Biden speaking.
What these companies are facing is they're saying typically I'm going to increase 2 to 5% of production. How much risk can I take when the Biden administration announced this week they're going to do 15 new taxes on me, when they continue to make production more expensive, when they're limiting access?
All right, that was Senate Republicans going off there talking about the gas
prices
going off here in America, how they keep going up, and then pointing blame to President Biden. You're watching live now from Fox. Everybody, we are going to now go to President Biden. He is speaking live here. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. No, please don't. You're just going to scare Joe. Come on, come on. He's an old guy.
You better stop, I'll start.
He's a senior.
Please have a seat if you have one. It's good to be home. You know, I look
Good job,
there,
Joe. You're feeling up the crowd okay right now.
Who, as they say in Claymont, Delaware, who brung me to the dance. And I really mean it. There is no exaggeration. I'd not be standing here without labor, without union labor.
Oh, yeah, baby. Is Fox going to cut him short? Yeah, the president is going off right now. He's talking about like workers' rights and shit.
Turn to my main remarks. I'd like to briefly address the horrifying reports of the atrocities taking place in Ukraine and the steps the United States is taking to respond in close coordination with our allies and our partners. And I'm sure you've seen the pictures from Bucha and just outside of Kyiv. Bodies left in streets as Russian troops withdrew. Some shot in the back of the head with their hands tied behind their backs. Civilians executed in cold blood. Bodies dumped into mass graves. The sense of brutality and inhumanity left for all the world to see unapologetically.
I'm assuming.
There's nothing less happening than major war crimes. Responsible nations
I think this is still
have
in the
to
water.
come together to hold these perpetrators accountable. And together with our allies and our partners, we're going to keep raising the economic cost and ratchet up the pain for Putin and further increase Russia's economic isolation.
Like, what process is this? I guess it would be distillation, right? Got the tube, probably vaporized in there. And then probably cools here, maybe filters out through something down there. I don't know. Maybe they could put charcoal at the bottom. That might do something.
Predicted to shrink Russia's gross domestic product by double digits this year alone. Just in 1 year, our sanctions are likely to wipe out the last 15 years of Russia's economic gains. And because we've cut Russia off from importing technologies like semiconductors and encryption security and critical components of quantum technology that they need to compete in the 21st century, we're going to stifle Russia's ability and its economy to grow for years to come. Folks, this is the United States. And we're taking additional steps in lockstep with our allies and partners to raise the economic pressure on Putin. First, the United
if he doesn't
States
fuck off out of Ukraine,
sanctions on Sberbank, by far the largest financial institution in Russia, and Alpha Bank, its largest private bank. We're locking down any accounts, any funds that those banks hold in the United States. They'll not be able to touch any of their money. They'll not be able to do any business here. And second, I'm going to sign an executive order that's going to ban any new U.S. investment in Russia. More than 600 private sector companies.
Ban. Yeah, I would say at least, the sanctions are a good idea.
Corporate America is stepping up to change. From McDonald's to Exxon, they've left the Russian market on their own accord.
I would like to hear the conditions of the end of the
Private
sanctions.
businesses choosing to leave Russia rather than the risk being associated with Putin's brutal war. And this ban on investment is going to make sure that new money can't come into Russia to replace what's left so that Russian economy doesn't feel the loss and the loss of these businesses for the long term. Third, we're adding more critical state-owned enterprises to the list of fully blocked Russian companies. These companies are major revenue generators owned by Russia and the government, which Putin uses to fund himself and enable his war in Ukraine. They'll also be cut off from doing any business with the United States. They'll not be able to access or use any assets they have in the United States. And fourth, we, along with our European allies, are adding the names on the list of Russian elites and their families that we're sanctioning.
I wonder if, some conservatives have a problem with this.
No, think about it. Think about the incredible amounts of money these oligarchs have stolen. These yachts are millions and millions of dollars. Look, these oligarchs and their family members are not allowed to hold on to their wealth in Europe and the United States and keep these yachts worth hundreds of millions of dollars, their luxury vacation homes, while children in Ukraine are being killed, displaced from their homes every single day. And finally, we're continuing to supply Ukraine with the weapons, resources they need to defend their country. Last Friday.
Good. We should increase aid to Ukraine as well. But
Last Friday, we announced millions in funding to procure new equipment for Ukraine. Advanced drones.
I would say we should increase humanitarian efforts as well.
To send more Javelin missiles, those shoulder-mounted missiles that can take out tanks and armored vehicles.
Humanitarian aid could like really win the war for.
To keep getting an uninterrupted supply.
Especially the morale war, because Russia, they're not very happy with how
piece of security we
Putin
give
has been
because our allies and partners are supplying to Ukraine through us. But advanced weapons and ammunition are flowing in every single day. And as you may have seen yesterday on television, when the Secretary of Defense was being cross-examined by one of our, how can I say it, our congresspersons, saying, "What have you done?" And he basically looked at him and said, "What the hell do you think we've done? Why do you think they're able to fight? We've trained them and we've given them the weapons." That's what's happening. Look.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
The bravery, the grit, and the fight.
Thank you.
Fighting spirit of the Ukrainian people. Russia's already
pretty
in its initial
cool
war aims.
for Biden to say.
Russia wanted to take
pretty
Ukraine.
Cool. I think that's
city,
okay.
Kyiv, and topple its democracy and elected government. Today, Kyiv still stands, and that government still presides. This fight is far from over. Here's the point. This war can continue for a long time. But the United States will continue to stand with Ukraine, the Ukrainian people in the fight for freedom. And I just want you to know that. And by the way, if I got to go to war, I'm going with you guys. I tell you. I mean it. I want to talk about...
Yeah,
I want to talk about...
I hope that...
What I'm here today to talk about. You women are men and the American Union movement. Remember,
Biden, how many genders are there? At least 3. That's like about the best answer you can get.
It says we should have more unions. We should. American labor, the building trades unions. President McGarvey, by the way.
At least 3.
I tell you what, Dad, as they say in Southern Delaware, you done good with this boy.
Boom.
And you know, I just know Jack's a Philadelphia guy. You know why? I just asked Sean, I said, where? He said, well, he's down the shore. Now, if you're from Philadelphia or Jersey, you go to the shore. If you're from northern Delaware, you go to the shore. A little bit further south, you go to the beach. You go to the beach. You can always tell where someone's from. And Dad, I asked whether or not you, like my wife Jill is from Philly, still talks about Broad Street, the Broad Street run, you know, and you know, you see, and you know, Jeet, yeah. You know,
okay. I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about right now. Joe's going off.
But Dad, it's an honor to meet you from a distance here.
The problem I get from Joe is I feel like he's one of my grandpas telling a joke, you know, and I'm like, I'm hoping it won't be racist, you know, and hopefully he, like, doesn't fuck it up so I can laugh at it appropriately, you know, but that's always, like, kind of questionable whether he will or not.
I want to thank you for what you did to support my election this last time out. I remember when I refused to, I wasn't going to introduce my climate plan until I decided I was going to speak directly in IBW, because I wanted to make sure you all knew what I was doing and why it not only was good for the environment but good for labor. And I sat down with that guy right there. And he thought about it. He went out and he talked to other people, and y'all stepped up. And I mean it sincerely.
Man, he's going on some like vague Trump shit right now, you know.
What you've done for me, but more importantly,
where he's like, I'm needing to.
You're the ones who
He's just riffing, basically.
That's not hyperbole. And you heard it 1,000 times when I was running for office. That we're going to build this economy, not from the top down anymore, but from the middle up and out. That's how you build America. Because we know that when the middle class does well, the poor have a way and the wealthy are just fine. That's exactly what the reason there's a middle class is because of unions. Unions. Fact. Unions.
Okay, thank you. If it makes sense or not, I don't care. I'm glad that Biden is hyping up the unions. So, despite Amazon, because it's very popular right now, and based too. Fuck Amazon.
Allow people to have dignity, the dignity of their work, to be treated with respect. When it comes time to rebuild the economy, before I did anything, as I said, I talked to you. I laid out my plan for economic growth. I talked with a lot of the folks sitting behind me here, and others. And I knew they would.
Hell yeah, we are.
It was a darn good plan. Look at the results. Our economy created 431,000 jobs in March. 7.9 million since I became president. More jobs in 14 months than any president in the history of America has ever created because of you.
Why is this so quiet?
Down to 3.6% from 6.4 when I took office. The fastest decline in unemployment to the start of term of a president ever recorded because of you. And the economy grew 5.7% last year. The fastest in 40 years.
Cool.
People are still hurting. I'm not unaware of it. As my dad would say, every time that price of the gas went up at the pump, guess what? It was a conversation at our kitchen table that mattered. It affected outcomes. It affected what we did. But in the process, we were able to cut the deficit by $360 billion last year. And it's been a long, tough stretch, but Americans are back to work. Our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move. It started with the American Rescue Plan. When I took office in the midst of the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. You all remember the lines of cars stretching for miles, waiting for a box of food to be put in their trunk. Not just poor folks, folks across the board waiting for that box of food. Because the American Rescue Plan helped 41 million Americans put food on their table. Because of the American Rescue Plan, we helped keep a roof over the heads of 4 million people. You helped get that plan passed. 4 million people were on the verge of being evicted from their homes and apartments. That's a fact. Not a joke. 4 million. The rescue plan put money in the pockets of hardworking Americans who thought, through no fault of their own, were in trouble. Giving families what my dad used to call just a little bit of breathing room. Just a little bit of breathing room. Because of the rescue plan, we had the best year of state and local growth in 20 years, adding back 467,000 jobs in education.
Biden, you better get shit or get off the pot on this. Because this shit is very, very important and very popular.
The rescue plan, 320,000 construction jobs last year. 320,000. You're building America again.
Build up America.
We're the only nation in the world that's come out of every
That's a great motto.
Stronger than when we went in.
Build up America? Is that like a Biden motto?
Leading financial firms, Moody's, Wall Street, estimates that because of the rescue plan, 4 million more jobs were created, and unemployment is 2% lower than it would have been had we failed to act. But look, that wasn't all we did to the rescue plan. We also included the law called the Butch-Lewis Act. You know what it is. Most people don't.
Building a better America.
We have held a promise. A promise.
Yeah, that's a pretty good.
To secure a dignified
better than his campaign logo. Built no malarkey.
Retirees all across America, protecting pensions. You all work so damn hard for you, sacrifice to secure.
It kind of describes Joe so much, though.
Because we can't compete for the jobs of the 21st century.
It's not appealing to the youth.
That's why it was so important to pass the bipartisan
as Joe Pesci would say.
You know, And now, not only is it infrastructure,
oh my God.
Infrastructure no, fail.
Oh man.
Already. Already, as all of you know, we've announced nearly $5 billion to improve 3,000 airports across 50 states this year. We've announced $5 billion, including $650 million this year alone. So Lonnie Stevens and the IBW get to work building a national network of electric vehicle charging stations, 500,000 across the country. We've announced $4.7 billion to cap and plug hundreds of thousands of orphan wells and gas wells spewing methane into the air, creating jobs as good as the jobs the folks dug those wells got paid in the first place. Same folks. Folks, nearly $17 billion for ports, waterways, and dams. 700 projects already announced across 50 states. $52.5 billion for highways and road repairs this year. $5.4 billion for bridges this year. The I-5 bridge over Columbia River in Washington State. The I-95 bridge in West Haven, Connecticut. The Jefferson Highway. US 61 East Baton Rouge Parish in Louisiana. The list goes on. Not only that, we're getting rid of poisonous lead pipes in 10 million homes and 400,000 schools and child care centers. So kids and families can have drinking water that doesn't poison them. Look, folks, this is America, the United States of America. We're investing $65 billion to deliver affordable high-speed internet everywhere in America. Urban, rural, suburban, tribal communities. You can't be a country where a mother has to pull with her child up in her car to a McDonald's parking lot to connect to an internet so the kid can do their homework. I mean, think about that.
That would really fucking suck. Holy shit.
Look, this law
if that's,
puts
I'm sure that's
that
a thing that somebody has to do.
Thousands of jobs doing it. Good paying jobs. And look. What this means for all of you is jobs, good paying union jobs, jobs you can raise a family on, jobs you can't be outsourced. This is about more than rebuilding our infrastructure. It's about rebuilding our middle class. I'm so sick and tired. I was raised by a dad, not a joke, who when things would go bad, I remember we weren't poor, but we lived in a 3-bedroom split little house with 4 kids and a grandpa living with us. And looking back on it, we thought it was great, but I wonder how my mom and dad thought about it. There's so much more we can do if we let promise you.
The two different troops. So I do want to show some of that new video that we have coming in here to our live now from Fox Desk, and want to talk. Okay,
I liked the Biden Union speech, but he was kind of going off a bit too much.
A line of those Russian tanks.
I probably should have watched it.
East of Kyiv. And
now I feel guilty, but whatever.
By a Ukrainian military drone. So they're showing you just some of that area where we saw those tanks rolling through. And then they do have an ambush. They have Ukrainian trains that then hit some of these Russian tanks. You're seeing that Ukrainian flag there.
Joe's a good guy, though.
So those Russian troops are getting bombarded with some fire from that one tank that you're seeing there on that kind of lower left-hand side. So here, that video again just coming into our desk. Wanted to at least show our viewers, especially as there's been so many different battles that have been taking place as they're trying to recapture some of these areas. This was some video that had been captured again by Ukrainian forces on April 1st. Now, much of this battle took place the day before on March 31st, and this is some footage that was just released yesterday. Russian and Ukrainian flag images added over those again to those vehicles, and at least 8 vehicles were marked as Russian, 1 marked as Ukrainian. And following this attack, there was also images that had been put out of Russian vehicles that had been littered in town. These were some images and videos posted by residents and photographers who were traveling in the area. So again, there's been some stories of success, especially for some of our Ukrainian troops trying to recapture areas that had previously been under the Russian siege. And so we do continue to always follow the latest right here for you on Live Now from Fox. With that being said, want to let our viewers know what we'll do is instead of jumping into these other press conferences that are taking place, I want to take us back to one that just happened moments ago while we were listening in with President Biden. We did have people speaking about the Ukrainian war, but especially about the food shortages. There is a crisis on hand, not only with how many refugees have been flooding the border of Poland, but also now a lot of people who are staying behind in Ukraine, maybe because they chose to stay behind, or maybe even because they got stuck in some of these areas that had these Russian troops start attacking their cities.
Okay, and now I feel okay about it. I'm not guilty.
Shortage as far as medical aid goes, as well as food. So we did have a discussion on that earlier here today. Let's go ahead and listen into this press conference that took place, again, just moments ago, right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Yeah, this is there's one of the elevators of the news related to days where
these guys are Russian, we're killing them, for sure.
And this is how the town.
Sorry. Your boss sucks. But you listen to your boss and he tells you what to do. So
12:59.
Just the way it goes, bud.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and I want to thank Senator Joni Ernst for being here with me and welcome everybody on behalf of myself and her for attending this Ukraine briefing, the war in Ukraine, and talk about its impact on food insecurity and world hunger.
Survives.
Before I do that, I want to make sure we introduce everybody here at the table with me. I'll go down to my far left, and this is Dr. John Newton. He's the chief economist for the Republican Senate Ag Committee. Dr. Newton is in charge of fact-checking me and make sure I don't miss anything or say anything wrong. We appreciate his staff helping us prepare for this event. Dr. Hannah Hopko is here to my left, and Daria Kaliniuk is here to our right, and Maria Berlinska as well, three Ukrainians that are here representing the Ukrainian civil society leaders and senators.
Oh man, these ladies look fucking stoic as well, and
I'm sure she'll get into that. This is day number 42 of Putin's unprovoked war that caused unspeakable suffering in Ukraine.
Global
and
food
it's brewing
security.
A perfect storm in the Black Sea.
Yeah, we need humanitarian aid.
If this war doesn't
really
end soon, we'll reach a point of no return. And food insecurity will engulf the globe. World hunger will be the pandemic of 2023 and 2024. Senator Ernst and I are here today to warn everyone that where today there's food insecurity, tomorrow there can be famine. In fact, I think the stage is set for a possible another Arab Spring. It's important that all Americans understand we'll not be immune for this impending food insecurity plague. Americans and all citizens of the world will see empty grocery shelves and undoubtedly feel the sting when they check out at the cash register. Today, I'm going to do my best to paint the big picture. Senator Ernst, I think, will go to the next level, and our guest will dot the I's and cross the T's. But let me tell you about this perfect storm that's brewing. The Black Sea is the gateway of a land flowing truly with milk and honey. It has food sources that supply the rest of the world. If you look at our map behind us, you see Ukraine and all the great nations surrounding the Black Sea and how very much they are so important to the food chain of helping the world. And I think it's important as you look just not where these products are grown and made, but where the wind trades take these products to. The Middle East, Africa, and the Far East.
I thought I changed my goddamn... Oh, my mask was busted.
Right now,
my mask was
Ukrainian
busted.
Farmers should be planting corn and sunflowers and soybeans, but instead they're having to turn their plows into weapons. The USDA has told us that there's almost 100 million people that are having food insecurity right now. 900 million people, almost a billion. A billion people around the world have food insecurity right now. And about 30% of those are in Africa and 40% in Asia. Again, this is where the trade winds blow, the food, the riches of Ukraine and those surrounding the Black Sea to supply them for food. And every day this war continues puts us closer to a hunger pandemic and famine. And the world's going to feel these ripples. This storm is going to cause ripples across the world. Let me tell you about the rest of this perfect storm. It's just not the war in Ukraine. There's drought across the world. We've supplied a map with you all discussing where this drought is. Significant drought in different layers from mild to moderate to severe. There's civil unrest and wars across the world as well. It's not just in Ukraine. And there's a COVID hangover that's more greatly impacting poorer countries that are already engulfed in the economic consequences of COVID and already suffering inflated prices. And these even higher food prices will spell catastrophe. And again, I think of the Arab Spring and that setting that's occurring right now, that if something doesn't change soon, the world will have many more challenges ahead of us. You know, back here at home and in other agriculture powerhouses across the world, we're all seeing the impacts of high input costs. The 4 F's, fuel, fertilizer, feed, and finance. Maybe we'll get time to talk about those a little bit more later on today, but the cost of fuel, fertilizer, and pesticides for that matter, the feed for our cattle in Kansas, cattle in Iowa, hogs in Kansas, those prices are going up, driving up the cost at the grocery store as well. And I hope we get a chance to talk about
the
finances.
pesticides are getting more expensive.
Johnny, in Great Bend, America, we have a co-op.
Oh, no.
And this summer, June and July, my farmers will be harvesting wheat, and they're going to bring those crops to the co-op in Great Bend, America. And you've got co-ops like this, I bet, every 30 miles along the train. And what we're going to see is rather than buying $5 bushel wheat, those co-ops are having to finance $10 or $12 bushel wheat, corn in the fall as well. And then those co-ops hang on to this food, the corn, the wheat, for 30 days, 60 days, a year, again borrowing money at higher interest rates as well. Our farmers having to borrow money, whether it be for tractors or for fertilizers. Finance is a big issue right now for American agriculture and everybody across the world.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I think that those are the highlights, and that's the big picture of what I want to talk about. And I'll just take a moment here and turn it over to Senator Ernst and get her comments on the situation as well.
And thank you, Senator Marshall. It is really wonderful to be able to have this opportunity to share some thoughts on the situation that we are facing, and with war in Ukraine,
I might restart the game.
Greater impacts of not just loss of lives, but loss of livelihoods,
Russian,
and
Ukrainian.
of course the
I don't
global
know
impacts to this impending
huge
crisis.
difference between the languages.
And
Just
for
massively
our
ignorant on
visitors
that.
here today, thank you very much. Coming from Ukraine and really visiting with us on this world stage about not only the impact the war is having on their own lives, on their communities, but what it could do to those of us involved in agriculture here in the United States and around the world. So just a quick overview. There are about 400 million people, including the Middle East and Africa, that are dependent upon Ukraine and Russia for their food. At least 14 African countries import half of their wheat, including Egypt, the world's largest wheat importer from Ukraine and Russia. Russia has effectively shut down the Black Sea for exports because no carriers will take the risk of shipping in an active war where multiple cargo ships have been damaged by missiles. Ukraine's railways are struggling. They have a backlog on the country's western border as traders are looking for alternative routes for their exports. During this planting season, production will drop about 40 to 45% in Ukraine due to the availability of fertilizer, pesticides, and diesel fuel, something that's not talked about often enough.
Those lazy
because
fucking
that
farmers,
diesel
dude.
Fuel is being used by their military.
They should
right
get off
now
their
to fight
ass.
the
So
war.
there's a labor shortage.
Russia is using
There's a labor
food
shortage
as what
in
we call
Ukraine.
a quiet weapon.
Sad.
and they are targeting agriculture. The high fertilizer prices and shortages will have a very hard impact on developing countries where farmers can't afford it and will have reduced yields. Their cash-strapped governments will be forced to import large quantities of staple crops. The World Food Program Executive Director David Beasley says the impact is like nothing since World War II. And this is what struck me, this quote. And he said he's having to take food from people who are hungry and give it to those that are starving. That means we're facing very dire circumstances. The best and quickest way to address the food security crisis is for Ukraine to win the war. That is an absolute must. And they can win. And I know they can win. These women that are here with us today know they can win if the United States and if NATO properly equips them to win the war. So, again, I want to thank our guests, and Senator Marshall, thank you for convening this forum today. I'm just going to say one final thing, that in 1989, I had a small role in an agricultural exchange that took me into Ukraine. And the family that I stayed with on that collective farm that engaged in farming activities, that family opened not only their home, but their hearts to me and the other Iowa students that were visiting. And they were a freedom-loving people then, and we know that they are freedom-loving people today. So I wish my best to my friends in Ukraine, and that we are able, Roger, to do everything we can to assist them in winning this war. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Senator Ernst had a question for Daria just to start with.
I do. Daria, we're going to, it's right over here. Oh, for Maria. I'm sorry. We did change it. I'm sorry. Yeah, so we're going to start with Daria today with the questions. Maria, excuse me. I am going to get this straight. I'm looking straight at it. Maria, and thank you very much. And your background, I want you to first share your background and then answer the question.
All right, as we continue to listen in about how the war is having an impact globally, I do want to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll continue listening into this after our 2-minute break.
Senator, thank you for this
Agreed.
opportunity.
Unfortunately, I wish.
Yeah, I'm a war veteran, and since 2014, and I spent almost 3 years at the Donbas area as a drone operator, as a specialist of air reconnaissance. Now I can see all battles of field of battles. I can see all the situation from the sky. And now I see a lot of burning fields, agriculture fields. You know, my grandma and grandpas, they spent almost all their lives to grow wheats, to grow food. And as of now, we can see a lot of evidence that we have less and less fields, and we have less and less opportunities to have this food. And return to a question, Senator. I don't know what do we need as Ukraine to win this war. But I know what do we need as partners. Because Putin clearly says it's holy war, Russia against the US.
Oh my God.
It's not war, Russia against Ukraine. It's not like a regional conflict, you know. It's very naive to think it's a regional conflict. Mm-hmm. He clearly says we would like to beat America. And Ukrainians punished as friends of American people. Mm-hmm. Because we have common values. We have a lot of common. common things. For example, when I grew up, I listened a lot of American music, from American Pie to, Deep Purple and so on. Hemingway and Salinger, Mark Twain, King, my lovely writers. So it's very naive to think that if Putin will take us, he will stop 5 nuclear plants, a lot of food supplies, a lot of resources, a lot of rivers, ports, airports. What he will do with all these sources? He will use these resources to attack again and again Western world. And Ukraine, as a part of this Western world, attacked first. But it's only start of this war. That's why I'm asking to stop this war while it's in Ukraine. And some people said, answering me, what about China? China not support Putin officially, but officially. Mm-hmm. China is already in war. How? By technologies and intelligence. Here video I can show you. When we are using Chinese drones, radio stations, even cell phones, they are precisely shooting us. They sharing our location with Russians. And that's why it's war between, as of me, I'm not, again, politician. I don't understand full scale and full picture of this chess game, a geopolitical game. But what do I know for sure? As a soldier, they will use our resources to attack Western world, China and Russia, these totalitarian regimes, against our open societies, against our values, against our democracies, against free people. So Russian propaganda changed, and I have mentioned to Senator Marshall that Russian propaganda changed during past 8 days more than past 8 years. Before that, they said that here good Ukrainians, bad Nazis among Ukrainians, and we would like to eliminate these bad Nazis. And as of now, they said we have to kill all Ukrainians. Doesn't matter. Elderly, children, doctors, teachers, Christians, Muslims, color of skin, doesn't matter. Do you think it's war crimes? No. I saw a lot of horrible things. I saw a lot of war crimes at Donbas area. It's not war crimes. It's not simple war crimes. It's total genocide. Mm-hmm. It's total genocide of all nations. Only because we choose to be with America. Mm-hmm. We choose to be with Western civilization. And last but not least, we have brave soldiers as of now. Some experts said that we will lose in 3 days. 41 day. 42nd as of now. Ukrainian society united as never. And all we need is a weapon. As a soldier, I don't ask you about boots on the ground, because I don't like American girls and boys be wounded and died. I don't like any like a type of deployment for American soldiers. But what do we need?
Maria, if we could just stop just for a second. We're going to come back to that.
I promise.
The last, just last postscriptum, if I can, on behalf of all my brothers and sisters in arms, I guarantee we will beat Putin.
And how it creates all this of the problem via major food buyers, China, Turkey, Egypt, embargo and blockade of Russian sea exports and also provision of powerful
anti-agriculture fields. You know, my official state we will beat Putin and we will save all free people of the world. Thank you.
Our U.S. senators sitting down here with some leaders from Ukraine. We're going to step away for another 2-minute break. Right back here with more on the latest in the war in Ukraine when we return.
I know that we want to circle back to some of those issues. If you'll forgive me, I want to turn back to agriculture just for a second and ask Dr. Hopko a question. Ukraine grows 10% of the world's wheat exports, 15% of the world's corn exports, and 50% of the sunflowers. The number 2 producer of honey and the best cookies I've got to eat in a while anyway. So we look forward to trying these this evening. We also know that your husband works for Cargill, an American-based family company with presence in Kansas and in Iowa. And obviously the shelling that's occurring has impacted one of the Cargill plants. How has this war impacted the infrastructure overall, and specifically the agriculture infrastructure?
Thank you, Senator Marshall, Senator Ernst, for having us today and to allow us to tell the world about Russian aggression against Western civilization and how it creates global food crisis. You are right saying that Ukraine's contribution is equivalent to feeding about 400 million people, not counting Ukrainian population. So every second to third piece of bread that are produced from Ukrainian wheat in Africa and Middle East. So this is really important. You are right that we are #1 sunflower oil production. And by the way, one of the factory of American company you mentioned, so the factory was in Donetsk. And after Russian military aggression in 2014, what they did, they destroyed $80 million investment. So this is how Russians, they brought destruction, devastation, and actually they're destroying not just investment, they're destroying people's life. So this is why today when we are talking about also important, this is what I brought from Vinnytsia region. This is small company, small family business. They produce these hearts, these cookies, and also honey, and like also asking, Hannah, could you please bring us to Ukrainian armed forces more weapons, more military assistance that we could return back to feed the world, because this is really important. And I told, okay, and this is like with love, and they wrote here, the time of Ukraine is come and the victory will be coming. So we are here just to show that victory is coming to Ukraine. And thanks for having given us access to the Congress, because actually what we prepared a PowerPoint presentation, and we have videos how now farmers are taking out some artillery and rockets from the fields. So actually you could share, and also presentations about food and general price inflation. You were right mentioning famine, and actually about kids which will be suffering in Africa. And you know the story of Ukraine, survival in the last century during the 2 world wars, and actually when Stalin organized the artificial hunger, famine, genocide against Ukrainians. We were known as a breadbasket of Europe, of the world. And this was the way of punishment from Stalin regime to kill all Ukrainian nation. What Putin is doing now, because all this cult of Stalin within 22 years of Putin's leadership. So this is why everything what you've seen in Bucha, all these war crimes, all these dead bodies of women, families, how they burned, raped women, and even kids, girls, 11 years old, raped. So this is like, because this culture of genocide from Stalin to Putin hasn't disappeared. So this is why victory of Ukraine is important for food security, but the most important to tell the world that Ukraine is a spiritual basket of the Europe, because the fighting spirit of Ukrainian armed forces, the fighting spirit of our territorial defense and our nation are so high. So we came here because we believe in God. And in Bible, in Matthew 7:7 is written, knock the door and the door will be opened to you. So we came, and thanks to both senators, that they opened their doors for us. But we want American leadership, your president, your national security council in particular, who don't understand, and not mentioning genocide, which is happening now. So what we need to now, so world will face starvation, hunger riots, refugee migration without Ukrainian food supply. And there is no sufficient alternative to cover this. This is why we need to faster way to win this war. And actually another important reason, and I hope your state secretary during his visit to Europe, he will convince European partners, NATO partners, to do more for us, unblocking of Ukrainian seaports. It's a key for world food security. Action to be taken urgently. International pressure on Russia. More sanctions, tougher sanctions, escalation of the problem via major food buyers, China, Turkey, Egypt, embargo and blockade of Russian sea exports, and also provision of powerful anti-ship weapons to Ukraine. And of course, support by US Navy and Royal Navy UK to clear Black Sea from mines and minesweepers. So this is really important, because when everybody is saying that they take care about Ukraine, so we need actions now, because within these 40 days, of course, it's great to hear that Putin is a war criminal, but it's not enough for Ukrainian armed forces, which are now in eastern Ukraine, in Donbass, in Kherson regions. So this we have to protect the Black Sea, we have to protect Ukrainian nation, and give us, as Churchill said, give us the tools and we will do the job. So this is what we need, and thanks to senators for supporting us. But within the next 2 weeks, this is very important, because Russian army is very demoralized. So we, within these 42 days, we demonstrated how we are defending our nation, how we, Ukrainian armed forces, is a real and true European armed forces. And we don't understand why Polish fighter jets are not in Ukraine yet. So all these people from Vinnytsia who are now thinking how to plant, the planting season is at risk. So they are asking, please bring us more military assistance. Bring our army ammunition, tanks, fighter jets, anti-tank missiles, and even to switch off Russia from GPS, because they are using GPS and this excess of navigation when they are rockets using this system to destroy farmers, attack maternity and children hospitals, military base, fuel storages. So why we are praying, begging you to help, because we don't want people in Africa, in Middle East, to not just suffer, to face famine and just 6 months ago ahead of us. So we survived in last century, and even genocide of Stalin that hasn't resulted in like destroying the nation. What is Putin now planning? He wants to destroy Ukrainian as a nation. So we came here as asking you, like God's brothers and sisters, we're all together. Please help us to win this war. So thank you for all of you, and then we will feed the world with the best agriculture products and all these hearts which are now in Ukraine beating for love, because compared to current Russia, which is country of rape, of devastation, so we bring to the world food, we bring also bravery, and also what we bring is defending democracy, which is really important to say here. All presentations, all materials, all data, statistics you have, and thanks to Senator's team. You have very great team who are organized and all these presentations.
Thank you, Dr. Hopko.
All right, guys, do want to remind all of our viewers that we do have a Pentagon briefing that should be underway here any moment. Also, do have now a shot inside of the White House as our press briefing is scheduled here at the same time. So waiting on these two events, we do also have another update coming to us out of Minneapolis after there was an announcement made earlier here today that there would not be any charges filed in the case of Amir Locke. We'll remind you more about that story, plus give you some reaction from the mother of Amir after this short break. And for our viewers who are not in that break, thank you again for being here with us. Christy Larson here at the desk as we do continue to keep track of all of these live events. Let's go ahead and get into that Pentagon press briefing. John Kirby just stepped out. Let's go ahead and listen into that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Up to an additional $100 million. This $100 million is designed to help us meet an urgent Ukrainian need for additional Javelin anti-armor systems, which the United States has been providing to Ukraine, I think, as you well know. And they've been used very, very effectively to combat the Russian attack on the Ukrainian homeland. This will be the sixth drawdown of equipment from DoD inventories for Ukraine since August of 2021, combined with the $300 million in military assistance that we just announced on the 1st of April. This will bring the total U.S. security assistance commitment to Ukraine to more than $1.7 billion since the beginning, just the beginning of the Russian invasion on the 24th of February. There was another billion on top of that, as you well know, at the beginning of the Biden administration. And then more than $4.5 billion since 2014. The United States, along with our allies and partners, will continue to work closely with our Ukrainian partners to evaluate their specific requirements to ensure that our assistance meets their highest priority needs as, again, they continue to courageously defend their country. Now, just a programming note, as many of you know from an Army press release that went out yesterday, but I did want to mention it from the podium. The DoD Warrior Games has been scheduled for the 20th to the 28th of August at Disney's ESPN Wide World of Sports in Orlando. The games, as I think you all were tracking for the past 2 years, had to be canceled because of COVID. This is all about celebrating the resiliency and the dedication of our wounded, ill, and injured active duty and veteran U.S. and allied service members. We're very excited to be able to get the games back in play again at the end of the summer, and we're looking forward to seeing these Warriors compete. End of summer, and we're looking forward to seeing these Warriors compete. So with that, we'll go with questions. Bob.
Thank you, John. On the subject of U.S. security assistance for Ukraine, I think the Secretary mentioned yesterday during his testimony that the Ukrainians are going to get both the 300 and 600 versions of the Switchblade drones. And I'm wondering, can you say whether either or both of those are in production, or is this something that has to be, I mean, by that, what I meant was, are they in stockpiles? Are they available, or do they have to be ordered? And also, what about training on that kind of a equipment? Does that require training?
So we've already sent in 100 Switchblade UAVs that were already in our stocks. We sent them in from those stocks. I don't know where they are in the transshipment process, but they arrived over the earlier this week. So they'll be getting into Ukraine quickly if they aren't already there. That's the 100 that President Biden announced a couple of weeks ago. We're in discussions with the Ukrainians about future usages of Switchblade drones, and of course we'll keep that option open going forward. I'd rather not get into specifics about each shipment in terms of what variant of the Switchblade, but we're going to keep talking to them and working with and helping them get additional ones if they need it. Now, this is not a system that the Ukrainians typically use, so there is going to need to be a little bit of training. It is not a very complex system. It doesn't require a lot of training. An individual could be suitably trained on how to use the Switchblade drone in about 2 days or so. So when you heard the Secretary and the Chairman talk yesterday about some training that was being done for Ukrainian military members, that's what they were referring to. They were referring to a very small number of Ukrainian soldiers who were already in the United States and had been since the fall, since well before the invasion, for military educational purposes, professional military training. And we took the opportunity to having them still in the country to give them a couple of days worth of training on the Switchblade so that they can go back, and they will be going back soon, back home, to train others in the Ukrainian military. And we'll look at that doesn't have to be the end all of it. I mean, we'll look at other suitable opportunities if needed to provide more training on the Switchblades if it's necessary. But that's what they were referring to yesterday.
So there is either version in full production so that you could readily supply additional?
Well, I can't. I'm not going to speak for the manufacturers. I understand it. They are capable of manufacturing both of these versions. And just to be clear, one version has a bigger warhead than the other and potentially penetrating capabilities for, say, armor targets. I won't speak for the manufacturer or what their production line is. My understanding is that production line is open. They're capable of producing these. Again, we're not going to get into specifics on a day-to-day basis of exactly what variant is going in on any given day. But it is a useful battlefield system. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that they know how to use them and that they can continue to get into the country. Right now, 100 have flown or have flowed in, and we'll see where it goes from there.
So John, you're confirming that the 600 version has been authorized and is either en route or soon will be on route?
No, I have not. What I've said is I'm not going to talk about the specific variant of it. It is, but if you're asking me, can I rule out that the 600 version, the heavier warhead version, will not be used or won't be sent? No, I'm not going to rule that out.
And in terms of javelins, the $100 million in javelins, Tony Blinken over the weekend had said that the Ukrainians had received 10 times the number of javelins to the amount of tanks, Russian tanks, in the country. He said that on one of the Sunday shows. Why do they need so many more javelins right now? And I'm just a little confused about that.
Well, I mean, you don't just send a system in based on one potential target. It is an anti-armor design. It's a missile designed for anti-armor use for those kinds of targets, but it doesn't mean you have to exclusively use it to hit tanks. It can be used on other vehicles as well, and even fixed targets if need be. And there have been thousands of javelins that we have provided to Ukraine, and we know they're using them. You can see the evidence for yourself when you look at the videos and the images on TV of these burnt-out tanks and burnt-out trucks and armored personnel carriers. You can see the work of the javelin right there. So we're not. You don't count one to one because they're not being used in that capacity. Yeah.
Thank you, Don. I have two questions on South and North Korea. I hope you can answer this.
It's kind of a crapshoot every day, isn't it?
Yep. Thank you. As you know that there are signs that North Korea's nuclear and ICBM test launch is imminent. And North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's sister threatened that North Korea would use nuclear force. If the two Koreas had military confrontations, how do you analyze Kim Jong-un's threat?
Well, look, I'm not going to get into a public back and forth with the North Koreans and their threats on the use of ballistic missiles. I will just say a couple of things. We know that they are continuing to try to advance and improve their ballistic missile program. And with each test, whether it's a failure or not, they learn from that. And that's troubling. Number two, we have been nothing but clear about our concerns about this program, about condemning these launches. They are violations of existing UN Security Council resolutions. And we want the rest of the international community, and most of them do, to put exactly the same kind of pressure on the North that we are. And number three, and this is not unimportant, is that we continue to make it clear that we will be willing to sit down with North Korea without preconditions to talk in good faith, to find a diplomatic path forward here, to reach a better outcome for security and stability on the peninsula. And thus far, the North Koreans have shown no interest in that. So we're going to continue to work on our capabilities inside the alliance with the ROK. We're going to continue to make sure that we're doing our part to make sure we have the capabilities on the peninsula to preserve a sense of security there.
South Korea does not have nuclear weapons, but North Korea has nuclear weapons. Have you considered deploying U.S. tactical nuclear weapons in South Korea for the sake of...
Oh
man! I'm not going to get into talking.
Who pays her?
I'm just not going to. I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals like that, Janie, and I think you know why. Our job is to make sure that we're contributing to the alliance in meaningful, tangible ways to the security of the peninsula and to other allies in the region, and we look at our posture every day with that in mind. And
goddamn,
we're in constant consultation.
He
with
handled
our
it well. I'm just not going to answer that, dude. Like, I don't know if we're going to use a tactical nuclear weapon. What? Why would we?
April 15th will be the 110th anniversary of birth of North Korea's founder, Kim Il-sung, and South Korea and the U.S. will resume the large-scale field exercises from April 18th. All this combined, that it is very likely that North Korea will do something more provocative this month. So do you have any plans, or can you share any measures that will enhance military readiness in Peninsula this month? And my second question is, so South Korea's newly elected President-elect Yoon Suk-yeol sent a delegation, policy coordination delegation to Washington, D.C., and I know they met with Secretary Austin yesterday, and the head of delegation told South Korean reporters that he will discuss a deployment of U.S. strategic assets and maybe resumption of military drills in the peninsula, what Secretary Austin is. So can you share some of the content of the meeting, or do you have any plans to release read-on?
Look, I think the answer to both your questions is we're going to continue to work with our South Korean allies on making sure that our capabilities are appropriate to the threat that's continued to be posed by North Korea and by their advancing ballistic missile program. We're not going to detail all that from the podium, but we're constantly looking at what the readiness requirements are. That's why we constantly consult with our allies. Okay, David.
So, before yesterday, when the Secretary testified about the training on the switchblades, your response had always been, we're focused on providing Ukraine with the weapons they can use now. Mm-hmm. So now you've maybe opportunistically taken advantage of a chance to train Ukrainians on an American system. Mm-hmm. Do you have plans to train Ukrainians on other American systems?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
One-off?
It's not a one-off either. I mean, we've identified in consultation with the Ukrainians that the Switchblade is a capability that they can use. It is not a very difficult system to learn, so we are going to get them into their hands, and we obviously want them to be able to use it effectively. So we took advantage of the fact that we had a small number of them here in the United States anyway to get them up to speed on the program. on the system, and we'll look to see if there needs to be additional training of additional Ukrainians on the Switchblade. We'll look to see how that might best be done, but I wouldn't call it a one-off.
Elon Musk, dude, apparently got pegged by Grimes.
Would you train Ukrainians on other American systems that they could use?
I know of no other American systems that are either being planned to go in or are already in that they require additional training on. All right. So,
when the president went to Europe 3 weeks ago, he spoke about giving, or not giving, but making sure that the Ukrainians would have longer range air defense. Where are you on this topic? Did you progress?
We are still very actively discussing the possibility with a range of allies and partners for the provision of long-range air defense systems, which are complex systems and which we know that the Ukrainians already know how to use. But I don't have anything to announce or report to today.
So there is no progress?
I wouldn't say that. I just said I don't have anything to speak to today.
Poland, on its government website, issued a guide to its citizens on what to do if there's an attack, chemical, nuclear. Is there a new concern here or an indication that Russia is planning to move beyond Ukraine? And how will this impact our ability to continue getting weapon shipments into Ukraine?
You're talking about the threat of chem bio?
Yes, and then just that Poland has issued this new warning, this new guide to its citizens on what to do if something should happen.
Yeah, I would just say we still don't see any indications that that the Russians are shipping in or planning to use chemical and biological weapons. I think President Biden has been nothing but clear about the need for the international community to respond. That would include the United States if they did something like that. I just haven't seen that that sort of imminent threat. Certainly fully respect the government of Poland and the way that they want to inform and educate their populace about the potential there. That seems prudent to me. But we haven't seen anything that speaks to an imminent chemical biological attack inside Ukraine. And as for how that affects the shipment of things on the ground, thus far, those shipments proceed, and they are getting into Ukraine, and that material is getting into the hands of Ukrainian soldiers, and we want to see that continue for as long as possible. And so we're working with a range of allies and partners there in the region to make sure that we're handling this in such a way that those shipments can continue to flow. And just from the conversation that the Secretary had with Minister Reznikov last week indicated that's happening, that they're getting that material, and it is getting into the hands of the fighters, and it is getting use on the field. And again, you can see it for yourself in the imagery coming out of Ukraine. I would say, and I know you've heard me say this before, and you're probably tired of it, but it is. I think we should not lose sight of the fact about how fast, not just the size and scale of the security assistance that the United States alone is providing, but other nations are providing, and how fast this is moving. Typically, from the time it gets signed, at least the last couple of security packages, drawdown packages, from the time the president signs it to it actually arriving in the region, it can be as little as 4 days. And then it's not like it's sitting in storage for a week or two. We're able to get this material because we're being so careful and so nimble in how these ground shipments are going. We're able to get it, into Ukraine and often into the fight within 48 hours sometimes. I mean, that's incredibly fast. I mean, the $350 million that the president signed out several weeks ago, we got that, we got that completed in about 3 weeks. Never been done that fast before. So we're going to keep doing it as much as we can, as fast as we can, and we're going to be as careful as we can so that flow can continue. Because they're in a very, very active fight, particularly now in the east. Warren.
The $100 million, is that only replacement missiles for Javelin launchers, or are you sending in more launchers as well as more replacement missiles?
I would just say, if you look at what we said, Orrin, it's $100 million for anti-armor systems, not just the missiles.
And a question on the one of the things you said you'd send in Friday's announcement, the $300 million. You also said Puma, which is a surveillance drone essentially from the same company that produces Switchblades. Is that system something Ukraine has already been trained on, or does that also require? Is that also something they'll?
Доки ситуацію достоту не з'ясуємо, від Аврори ні на крок. А вони в парі вже працювали, поруються. Єрмаку, коли зможеш полагодити Аврору? Поки що не знаю. Може день, може більше. Зрозумів. Працюй. Слухай мій наказ. Аврору підготувати до оборони. Степодоміре, ставимо периметр. Так точно. Слухай, князю. На тобі розвідка прилеглої території. Ідіот, прикриєш його з Аврори. Слухаюсь. Семе, Льоша в резерві. Слухаюсь.
Артеме, планшет не забудь.
Я як ненадійний? Я цього не казав, Семе. Все, відставити розмови.
Артеме, там планшет на панелі. Знайшов? Ні? Та ось же він. Ходімо, Артеме.
Нова модель. Похідна майстерня. У полі річ незамінна. Інструкція всередині. Так, матеріали вже вибач, збирай сам.
Ходімо, Артеме.
Ви тільки там обережно.
So let's talk a little bit about Oreos. Now, back in my day, Oreos were cookies. Now they're cookies that also play into what's socially acceptable and will help them make more money. And it's for that reason that I am mad. Let's go ahead and look up the Oreo coming out commercial. So, first thing I want to point out is that Are we all forgetting that Oreos already went woke last year when they had the rainbow Oreos? Are we forgetting about that one? Okay. They already went woke when they featured the rainbow in their cookies. Now, if you're a Christian conservative, you could look at this as like an honoring of God, who flooded the earth and murdered everyone except Noah and his family, and then put a rainbow in the sky afterwards because he was really happy that he murdered everybody by drowning them all to death. And so he celebrated with a rainbow. You could always look at it that way. Or you could just get really mad about it. Most likely conservatives were mad about this. I don't really remember. So we already had woke Oreos, okay? And now Oreos are back. They're back again with a short film called The Note. So I'm thinking maybe we should watch this and then we'll watch what The Quartering has to say. We are all one family. Okay. I know you came halfway around the world so we can have a better life. This was a short film, by the way, made by Alice Wu, so that's why it's in Chinese. But I am gay. Okay, so he has a note that says, I am gay. And he's reading it, I guess, to his family? Very dramatic how it's filmed. Ooh. Okay. But I. Is he gonna say it? I love you? I don't understand. Oh no, wait, what the fuck is happening right now? This is actually making me a little uncomfortable. I love. Uh-huh. I love you?
I think you're ready.
Hey, we got English. I think you're ready. There's an Oreo. And you? Are you ready? Okay. So what's happening? Is this like the what's going on? Is this the this guy's gay and then extended family are coming over and they're gonna tell them that he's gay? Is that what's going on here? It's a little confusing. I do not know what that says. Better life, but I am gay. She might be my mother, but you are my son. Okay, so I guess the grandma is coming over who's probably bigoted, and the mom is giving him a note saying, hey, I love you no matter what. Is that it so far?
Fuck, it's pro-family value. Damn it, I keep muting myself. Fuck.
I mean, this is kind of sweet.
Oh man, failing it.
But again, we can always understand where it's going to go. Anytime you see a depiction
I like this video
a gay person,
so far.
Or really anybody,
because that's probably a big deal
for
people.
With a strong emphasis on
love
you'll never
and
know, compassion,
really.
That's sure to get conservatives super fucking angry.
Yeah, even though it's pro-family values. Fuck. That's about keeping families together.
Okay.
Not maintaining a heritage. That's more of what it is, I think, in a genealogy.
Be a lifelong ally. In collaboration, this is very important to when we move forward in this, okay? In collaboration
with the pride flag.
PF flag.
No, P flag. Pride flag
is. I'm guessing that's.
Oh no! Are conservatives going to be mad because?
Is the first and largest organization for the LGBT community and their parents and families. Okay, so here we have an Oreo commercial, a kind of sweet Oreo commercial that was a little bit hard to
little kid.
In fairness, in which
electricity is sin.
Son is gay. He tells his mom, she accepts him, and it's like a. I don't understand. Like, is this what's considered woke now? Just a gay person? Remember, the right has really run out of stuff to complain about, so now it's like, oh, a commercial in which a gay person is happy? Let us get angry about this one. It's just so funny. Is this really what they're after now? Oh no. Gay people are real? The woke. Take it away, Quarter Pounder.
What's going on? Jeremy here from the Quarter, and I bet you didn't know this, but, you know, the political opinions...
Hold on, he's about to say something dumb, so I'd like to make it louder.
Jeremy here from the Quarter, and I bet you didn't know this,
make
but,
it louder.
You know, the political opinions of your cookie company is something that you should know. I mean, finally, we know now that if we eat cookies, you now know exactly what the
true. Like, I agree with the quartering on this, actually.
Video.
I really do agree with the quartering on this. Like, I don't care, like, what their stance is, like, externally from a marketing perspective, as long as that, like, mimics their work culture inside of it as well, and their support, so. Damn, dude, the debate club has been got. Yeah, big surprise when you guys are... They were letting, like, people post, like, openly homophobic shit. Or, no, not homophobic, like, racist shit, because one of them was the top, like, contributor. So, that's great, huh? That's just great. Alright. Fucking with my settings. Yeah, so that debate club was getting booted. Yeah. Yeah, they were kind of a piece of shit. Let's find another that's shitty that we can find debates on. That. Yes. else? Let's actually get off that for now. Fuck. Okay, well, let's see. We got some people here in this one. Nice. Check into that maybe later. Cool. This place is actually more active. There are less like text threads. I hated. The last place had so much text debates. I despise that. I'd rather talk. It's hard to gauge like the flow of the conversation and like the good faith that the person is engaging in, you know, when they like copy and paste articles and then cite shit from that article. It's very, very hard to respond to in real time. So. Okay. rhetoric. Redirect. Okay, let's see. No targeted harassment. That's fucking stupid. No, I'm just kidding. No, targeted harassment is probably not a good thing, right? Yeah, let's promote myself. How about that?
But it's been getting absolutely demolished on social media because, well...
Why is he saying that sarcastically? Does he not understand that literally every single company panders and engages in a level of virtue signaling? Does that not process with his quarter of a brain cell? Is that it? Does he not get the fact that literally that's what capitalism is? Where it's popular to support gay people, so we see companies supporting gay people? Also, it's funny that he's like, apparently we all care, lol. You people care far more. You're the type of people who screech all day about cancel culture that won't buy a pack of cookies because there was a commercial in which a gay person was depicted being happy.
Well, nobody cares.
Yeah, that's just unacceptable, I guess.
Applicable enough. Ultimately, what you have is the agenda pushing of corporations. And by the way, it's
what agenda? What is the agenda here? That gay people are valid and should be loved and accepted by their families?
That's a bit much, Hunter.
I don't think he believes a word of anything he's saying, by the way. I think that he has, like, the several little buzzwords he needs to list off. Woke, pandering, agenda, and then he stretches it into a fucking 11-minute video, and then just spiels off a bunch of brain-dead takes.
2022, I'm not sure that coming out is some sort of heroic event anymore. When I keep seeing all these TikTok teachers coming out to their 5th grade students or 4th grade students getting 100,000 likes and all this stuff, it's literally celebrated these days.
What? Guys, if you say you're gay on TikTok, you get a lot of likes. There's no discrimination. Unironically, the quartering right now. Hey, then how come, like, LGBT people are disproportionately homeless? Because they're disproportionately kicked out of their homes because they're not accepted by their families. Quartering. But hey, I mean, they got 50 likes on TikTok, so clearly it's celebrated here in America. Holy shit.
I'm not sure. Certainly, if you have a more traditional family, there are some people who still have a decent amount of anxiety around coming out. But it's certainly far and away different than the 70s and the 80s or even the 90s, where now coming out is a marketing tool. Okay,
it's not as bad as it used to be. So the problem isn't there at all? Is that what we're taking away? Yeah, it was worse to come out in the 70s. Now it's a little bit better to come out, but we still have like a good long way to go. Are you forgetting that it was just in 2015 when gay people were legally allowed to marry across all states? Like, that just happened, buddy boy. I don't even know what to say.
I firmly believe that there are many people that have conveniently timed outings now. It's become a part of promoting comedy tours and things of that nature. But Oreo cook...
What? Who? Can we have a single example? Second of all, for the dude to whine constantly about pandering, does he forget that he himself is pandering right now? He's pandering to his audience by engaging in this phony outrage over an innocuous little commercial. He is pandering right now. He's also virtue signaling. Do you forget the fact that every time you are up here preaching what you believe, that is a level of virtue signaling? Do you know that I virtue signal too? You are signaling to your supposed virtue. This is literally what everybody does, but you're mad about it because you're a bigoted piece of shit who doesn't like gay people because you think that it's all woke.
Cookies decided yesterday that they want to put this video, which got 4.8 million views, and let's see how it's doing from a ratio perspective. 4,300 comments to 4,300 likes. Not looking good. Your cookie must affirm your orientation. Oreo takes pro-LGBT stance and new ad spot. And by the way,
the Daily Wire. Wow, good to see that the quartering. You know, he's not a conservative or anything. He's just your nice little centrist who's just trying to, make sure things aren't getting out of hand.
The most insulting part of this, obviously, look, I don't have any issues with, again, I've said a bazillion times, live your life, don't infringe anyone else's rights or hurt anybody or anything like that.
Here we go, every time. I don't have any issues with gay people. I'm just making little 11-minute videos
just to
and crying about the
clarify
fact that gay
that he
people are shown
doesn't
on
hate
TV.
gay people. Okay.
You're virtue signaling, Jeremy. Come on, pal.
There are a lot of people that I'm happy. Look, a lot of people dunk on furries. I don't even dunk on furries. Okay, you're welcome here as long as you're not hurting anyone else and everything of that nature. I understand that.
I know it's just it's such a problem
all the time with your bullshit.
It's such a
misinformation
problem.
Spread to make money, and that's it.
We got to deal with
everything.
What are we going to do
I
about
don't need
it?
to understand everything. Like,
What are we going to do about it?
If I don't understand why people wear fursuits, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't hurt me. So go live your life and have fun. Now, I'm not saying that's the exact same thing as being gay, but again, I'm not. I don't really care who is, and as long as they live their best life and they want to be happy, I'm happy for you. Okay.
But here we go. But can you just not put it on TV so we can forget that you exist?
But it's embarrassing seeing corporations pander in this level. Like, corporations don't care. Like, this is classic.
Why is this ever an own? This is always the conservative go-to. Corporations don't care. First of all, in this...
Play button keeps fucking up. I think OBS fucks with some of my controls. I don't know. Or maybe it's Metro that's fucking with it. I think...
direct commercial. They are giving advertising at the very least.
Oh my god. Let's try this again. Okay.
To another organization that does care about gay people. Second of all, it doesn't matter whether or not the company sincerely cares. What matters is the exposure and how that goes to help further normalize gay people.
Yeah, that's true.
It literally
Actually,
doesn't matter whether Oreo cares about gay people or not. By them making this commercial, by them getting a bunch of views, by them getting a bunch of press, it is further normalizing gay people. Now, of course, not from the conservative side, because conservatives are terrified little snowflakes who are very fearful of the fact that some men like other men, and some women like other women.
Yeah,
but
just really icky to them,
generally
and
speaking,
they have a really
this
just,
is
like,
not a
big
fucking
feeling.
argument. I've heard this one so many times. It's called woke capitalism. And you know what? Could they do better? Yeah. Should they actually donate to LGBT causes? Yeah. But by raising awareness and by
headache
further normalizing gay people, that is doing good. Whether they care or not, quivering.
Quivering. Oreo wanted this video to get made. And Oreo wants all of the BreadTube videos to retweet and do all this stuff. And all they care about, the only thing they care about the LGBTQ community for is advertising. It's not even June yet. And already
Do you not realize that that's a good thing, right? This is indicative of the fact that we're making significant progress here in this country. The fact that now it's popular to advertise and promote your brand as being pro-LGBT, this is a good thing. This is indicative of America becoming more accepting. Didn't the little quivering bitch boy just fucking say that as long as you're living your life, I don't care? So why are you mad that these commercials and this capitalism that I thought you supported, Mr. Republican boy, are further normalizing gay people so that they can live their lives happily without bothering other people?
They're signaling their allegiance to the progressive LGBT agenda. The latest, this is by the Daily Wire, seemingly unaffiliated brand to come out in support of the cause is none other than Oreo Cookie, which has been owned by the multinational food and beverage conglomerate.
Wow, such a great video. We're going to skip your dramatic reading of the most conservative dipshit news publication next to Breitbart, okay?
Spot, which featured a young man coming out to his grandmother. Coming out doesn't just happen once. It's a journey, young ally. How about this? I don't care. I'll be your friend. I'll be your ally. Because you're a good human being, and that you've done right by me. Not on the list of things that are important to me about my friends, who they're banging isn't anywhere near the top 100. Okay,
so then why are you mad about it? This is like that dude that made the like 50-minute video whining about me while simultaneously saying he doesn't care about me. You do care, Quivering, or perhaps he's just admitting to the grift. Do you think maybe he's just admitting he doesn't actually care? But I mean, hey, he's getting views. You know, he's got to make that bag. Got to get that money. Listen, guys, I have something serious to tell you, okay? The Quivering doesn't care, okay? All he wants is advertising. All he wants is money. We can apply your dumb fuck arguments to you also, dipshit.
And that's, I'm going to argue...
Hell, that was scary for a second.
Good-hearted people. And it's like, I have
like
friends of all walks of
went
life,
off for a second.
and, you know, we don't talk about that kind of stuff. We talk about...
he has gay friends and black friends, you know? He's so cool, so hip. Hey, Quartering, how do you think that gay people became more and more normalized? Do you think that it was because, A, people like you, who shit on every step to try and normalize gay people, or B, because you were born into a society where gay people were already largely normalized and have continued to be, partially because of woke capitalism that you shit on? Like, are you this fucking stupid?
What's going on in sports, or, you know, who to hire to do a furnace repair. This is the conversations normal people have. Not this. This is a weird Twitter world, okay? The accompanying video shows a young man preparing for his visit from his grandmother, who apparently felt cheap. I want placement in the video. You are also my son. By Oreo and partner Woo.
His videos are so boring. It's always surprising to me whenever I watch his content that it's this easy to make right-wing content. Like, you just sit here unscripted, just like, so I have friends that are gay. They're pretty cool, but like, why do you have to mention on TV that gay people are real? You know, that's just
show support for unconventional or untraditional families.
Companies and prominent figures tour. You know, I can't make that. You know, I can't make that assertion here. Fast Company Oreo continues its LGBTQ plus allyship despite
truly trying to destroy the world.
Wait, why is he reading that headline? Now, I don't know what this article says, but is he forgetting the fact that this now directly contradicts what he just said? What? I thought they don't care and they're just doing it for the money and for the advertisements. And now, even though there's apparently some culture war against woke companies, they're sticking to it? Do you realize that this contradicts the statement you just made, buddy? Do you realize that? No. Because you're running on 3 Big Macs and 2 hours of sleep.
The beloved sandwich cookie is a short film directed by Alice Wu. Don't know that don't care.
Cool,
tell a sweet, touching story about a family journey of a young LGBT.
Man, he really doesn't care at all, guys. You know, he really doesn't care.
Plus, man, look. Cool. Good for this man. You know, hypothetically.
He is coping so hard right now.
What does it have to do with cookies? That's where you lose me. You know, and by the way, it's more than just this video. The note is the latest.
Wait, what are you talking about? So does every commercial need to be all about You know how some commercials are about a product, but they depict something about that product in a different way? Second of all, there is literally, it doesn't have to only be about Oreos. It was not a commercial primarily for Oreos, but rather a commercial, and this is why I said this was important, about Oreo partnering with pro-LGBT organizations. That's what the advertisement was actually for. So the ad actually had everything to do with what they were advertising for. But again, you're stupid and brain dead, so you don't understand this.
In the result of a multi-year collaboration between Oreo and P-Flag National, and it is the launching point of its new, and here we get to the real reason, Lifelong Ally campaign, which includes a $500,000 donation to the advocacy organization.
Wait, I thought they don't care. Is he? Oh my God, are you forgetting the fact that you just said they don't care? I thought they don't care, but now they're actually donating $500,000 to an advocacy organization. How does he say things and then read things that contradict it and think it's a good video?
I don't know
like,
any.
This would be like me saying like, hey guys, you know, I'm really cool and I can do a backflip. That's how fucking cool I am, okay? I'm the modern day gymnastics god because I can do a backflip anytime, anywhere. Here's a video of me doing a backflip, and then it's like a video of me falling off my chair. Like, why are you saying things and then presenting things that contradict the thing you just said? This is what happens, by the way, when you have a quarter of a brain cell.
Your Oreo senior brand manager Olympia Portelli
Well, that definitely
didn't
helps
want to show another coming out story. Didn't want to show another coming out story, but worked with people like ad agencies, again, they're getting paid, and Woo to find insight for taking the discussion around coming out in a positive new direction. Okay, let's see what all of this has done for you. Okay, I'm curious. You know, let's see. Proud Oreo parent. Received 1 million views. It came back out
probably
October.
well,
came out
definitely
October
died
2020.
But
it has 24,000 likes and 1 million views. I wonder how many dislikes it has. Oh, not too bad. Only 3.8 thousand. That's actually pretty good. And what's interesting is I don't see this latest video. Oh, here we go. So they uploaded it to YouTube. It received a whopping 5,000 views. 5,000 views. That's 245 likes. They spent $500,000 plus for this, okay? And it has 240.
Wait, no. Did they spend $500,000 or did they donate the $500,000?
Oh,
the note is the latest result in a multi-year collaboration. Okay, and is launching point for its new Lifelong Ally campaign, which includes a $500,000 donation to the advocacy organization. So let me get this straight. They don't care, even though, according to you, they're standing firm despite the fact that they're getting a lot of backlash. They don't care and are only doing it for advertisements, even though they're donating $500,000 to a LGBT organization that helps gay people everywhere. And 3, it failed because it didn't get a lot of views. I guess this is what happens when you got that grifter brain, you know? It's all about the views. And if you don't get a lot of views, then you've lost.
5,000. Okay.
We don't.
And we don't turns to jump. Guy, I'm getting cookies. That's a reference to the meme that I think it's a Stone Toss comic. To be honest with you, it's a meme around like what these woke corporations spend their money on.
If you know, that's actually not what the meme is about. The meme is signaling with something much more nefarious. Go ahead, show us.
Look at the actual tweet itself. They're just getting savage. Jessica,
they're not going to show it to us. So there's a Stone Toss comic that shows people saying like, "Look, this is our new commercial," and it's like a black and a white person kissing, and then it says down below like burgers, and then they're like, well, "What does this have to do with burgers?" And the guy's like, "Burgers," which is signaling to the fact that neo-Nazi scumfucks like Stone Toss believe that there is some kind of big, broad agenda to push this woke shit on top of us, usually from the Jews. That's what that's actually signaling about. That's why the original comic showed a white and a black person kissing. Black and white people marrying, that's one of the things they're really spooked about, that they think is erasing the white people. And it's all because of the evil Jews that are trying to force this liberal agenda on all of us. That's what that's actually signaling to. But I'm glad that the quivering here found it very funny. That's good to know. Oh, there's the ad. There's the comic right there.
Oh, more burgers?
Yeah, see? Burgers? As if, oh, so you see, they are trying to push liberalism on all of us. It can't possibly be that it's culturally accepted and popular, like what you originally said. Now there's actually a deeper, big agenda to push this on us. Ooh.
Thank you, highly addictive, very sugary, and unhealthy death trap cookie. FF it for F.
Wait, what? If anyone
Let's watch the Noah
Samsen
video.
And very sugary, I think you do, Quartering. But I guess the rest of his video is just him reading comments.
You're so far out of left field, y'all make cookies. This has nothing to... There's nobody supporting this.
Yeah, come on, guys. Wait.
Entire comment section is people dunking on them. So who is this for?
So nobody's supporting it, but they're just doing it for the advertisements. I like how he debunked his own claim from the beginning. That's really cute. Well, there's nothing else to say, really, about this, other than, once again, the Quartering has proven to be one of the most low IQ individuals possibly on this earth. In fact, I'm starting to believe that this little dipstick might unironically be the missing link. I think we've been looking for this guy for a long, long time, and I think it's because he's, like, partially still evolving, and that's why he kind of has, like, a chimp brain. That's the most reasonable explanation as to how any human being could be this fucking pathetically stupid. He's actually so dumb, I think he might need to be locked up in a mental asylum and then kept there, possibly even for the rest of his life. Like, he's a danger to society for multiple reasons. One, he might fall on somebody and crush them. Two, he's too stupid to probably know how to walk properly, which just raises that likelihood and raises that risk. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
Damn.
The quivering. The guy's so dumb, I would probably be able to hear a better take from a fucking pigeon.
Okay. After Noah Samsen was like so pussy about this, he deleted the video and then brought it back up.
Microscope. Hey everybody, welcome back.
This is not a drama video. Content creator ethics.
Microscope. Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Check out how green everything is. Check out how green all that stuff is. Check out how green everything is. Check out how green all that stuff is. So, a little while ago, I released a video called Solving the Debate Bro Problem. This video set out to criticize two left-leaning political live streamers, Vaush and Xanderhall, for behavior that I found problematic. I looked at a few different examples, so Vaush's interaction with the smaller video essayist Professor Flowers, Xanderhall's video that was critical of myself and some other lefty content creators, and various elements of their respective communities' behavior. After the video's release, Vaush and Xanderhall both reacted to it live on their streams in videos that have since been uploaded to YouTube. They had many criticisms. I went on to Vaush's stream to talk with him about some of those criticisms. Vaush also released another video on the subject titled Solving the Video Essayist Problem, which was critical of my video's argumentation, or lack thereof, some say. Some say that, not me though. I would never say that. I've linked all of those in the description if you're my video's argumentation, or lack thereof, some say that, not me though. I would never say that. I've linked all of those in the description if you're sort of a creep that wants to watch all that stuff. The video's reception was, well, divisive might be the right word. On the one hand, you had a lot of people who understood where I was coming from, who empathized with my frustrations about these spaces, or just were able to have a laugh at the way I went about highlighting them. Vine boom sound. On the other hand, though, a lot of people didn't like the video. This dislike ranged from, hey man, normally like your videos, but this one was a miss. This wasn't it, Chief. Mr. Chief, this was not it. Mr. Chief. Halo 7. Marriage. All the way to, this is the worst video essay of all time that should be wiped clean from the internet, along with your channel. The latter response was basically the takeaway from the streamers themselves.
I am not joking when I say to all of you, with full sincerity, that this is
it was so bad.
Quite possibly the worst takedown I've seen.
It's really disappointing how much of the online left can be convinced by such stupid arguments if they're said by somebody with a nice mustache and bisexual lighting.
True, and bisexual lighting, like right in the
chill
back.
Music in the background.
Vaush at one point even offered me a cash reward of double the video's ad revenue to take it down.
If Noah Samsen deletes the video and publicly retracts the information within, then he can screenshot the AdSense info within it, and I will give him money so that he doesn't lose a cent from deleting it. I'll double it.
So, naturally, I took it down. I got the money, and then I put the video back up. I plan on doing that a few hundred more times. Vaush just keeps paying me. Unlimited money glitch. Motherload. Just kidding. That
yeah,
whole
you
thing
did
was a
bring
joke.
it down.
I can't take money from the CIA. I still use TurboTax. It would be a mess. But okay, why are we here today, Noah? Why are we talking about your last video? Grow up. Move on. Well, I want to talk today about what I experienced in the aftermath of making it. I want to do this because after I released the video, frankly, some weird stuff happened, and some bad stuff happened. And I want to talk about that, and connect the weird, bad stuff to the experiences of other people. I want to outline how this happens, what the backlash from debate streaming communities looks like, what's at stake for some of the people who experience it, and maybe what can be done about it, eventually. Probably not today, but someday. So yeah, super vague, but I will get into it. Right after, we quickly take a moment of silence for all those lives lost during that one thing, and then we take a moment to thank the sponsor of today's video, Casetify. If you like having a phone that isn't all fucked up and gross and weird, then you're gonna love Casetify. These phone cases are the bee's knees. Casetify's new line of impact and ultra impact cases are made from 65% recycled and plant-based materials. They come in 100% recycled packaging, made with recycled paper and non-toxic soy ink, which comes from soybeans. You hear that? I can feel the soy. I'm becoming a man. These cases are just solid, man. They're like really well made. They look good. Yes, I do have an Android, and yes, it is corny to make fun of people for that in 2022. The cameras on them are fine now. Look, there's 3 of them. This is the latest Android, and as you can see, the video quality is virtually lossless. Casetify's QI Tech 2.0 technology offers drop protection of up to 9.8 feet. The cases are also wireless charging and 5G compatible. You can feel the 5G when you put your phone to your head. It's airdropping Kimberly Crenshaw PDFs into my frontal lobe. They have a whole bunch of cool styles, and they offer custom ones as well. Here's my custom one. It's pretty cool, right? Check it out, everybody's favorite game. Fortnite. The cases have an antimicrobial coating that kills 99% of bacteria. No more germs on your phone. So Casetify wanted me to do a drop test. I don't know. Okay, back to the video now. Alright, so after all of the events that I went over, which was my video, the responses, the debate, and the other content, I started seeing one comment.
I really need to pause this for a second. Okay, we're taking a short break from the Noah Samsen video. I am doing work shit for my real job. Let's check. I'll include that. Five dash. I will absolutely take that day for you. I will forward it. Okay. Let's see.
Comment pop up in different places on the web. The comment says that basically in my conversation with Vaush, I walked debate and the other content. I started seeing one comment pop up in different places on the web. The comment says that basically in my conversation with Vaush, I walked back my entire video, admitted to it being full of lies and misinformation, and should therefore delete the video. I've received versions of this comment hundreds of times, maybe thousands at this point if we're counting tweets, from not only fans of these creators, but from the creators themselves. So is this what happened? Did I walk back my video in the debate? And at first, I wasn't sure, so I watched it back, only to discover that, no, this did not happen. In my conversation with Vaush, I conceded 3 points, and none of these points stand in the way of my video's main arguments. The driving issues behind my video, the reasons why I made it, were Vaush's treatment of Professor Flowers and Xanderhall's problematic language. The 3 points that I conceded in the debate had nothing to do with these. It has been a little while, so if your memory's a little hazy on it, I encourage you, go back and watch the debate. That is what happened. And yet, here we have countless people jumping into my comment sections to self-righteously proclaim something that is demonstrably false, and using this falsehood as a justification to force my hand into deleting a video. That seems a bit weird, right? Lest this come off as me saying that no, I did not get owned actually, as I slowly shrink into a corn cob. That's not true. I did get owned. Roughly 1 million people on the internet think I'm the worst video essayist of all time, and I'm fine with that. Honestly, I am. What I'm not a big fan of, though, is being bullied. And sometimes it's hard for me to tell when that's happening, and I have since realized that it did happen here. Now, here one might object, well, Noah, you went onto the debate stream and you were conciliatory. You didn't argue for your positions well, and you backtracked enough points that if people got the impression that you don't believe what you said in your video, can you really blame them? And initially, I actually agreed with this point. I was like, yeah, I guess this is just kind of what happens when you go on debate streams. Especially if you go on unprepared and unseasoned in the art of debate, as I was and still am. I'm not coming back on, guys, so don't ask. I should have known better than to go on that stream. Ultimately, this might be my fault, or so I thought.
You said
I actually took a step back, though, and thought about it, and then watched the debate a few more times. I realized that, no, that's bullshit. People should not be allowed to...
What? Really? He was saying he was willing to have any conversation with anybody about this. This is just kind of snakish, I feel. He was like, oh, and I'm willing to defend this. It's like, oh, this was a big Vaush takedown. And, I don't know.
Lie about stuff just because I didn't go full debate lord in the debate realm. That should not be standard procedure. I entered that conversation attempting to seek understanding. I felt bad, frankly, after seeing how poorly my video was received.
Like, what the fuck is that?
And how if my goal was to put a stop to the bad behavior I tried to call out, then the video was a failure. I went on wanting to try to, I don't know, figure out what went wrong, I guess. And when this audience of people saw me do that, what they saw was weakness, and they took that weakness as a sign to go on the attack. And that's what they did. They took whatever they could to discredit me.
Just really
and
wrong.
Now, because of this,
and
they feel
really
justified, vindicated even, in bullying me into silence. Cancel culture, the woke Twitter mob.
You're just whining about the bullies now?
Again.
Like, what happened?
One thing that's been brought up a few times is the question of where do we draw the line between criticism and harassment? Where does warranted punishment for having a bad take turn into abuse? I think making this distinction at times can be difficult, but I think in the case of larger streamers like Vaush, there are factors.
It's not when you do a takedown video of somebody and then don't substantiate any of your claims and bootlick for Professor Flowers, and you really didn't concede to that, really. You said, oh, I just have seen more than you. That was basically what he said.
About their medium, which can elevate standard criticism into harassment territory quicker and more easily than creators in other mediums. It can also sustain this harassment for longer than it might elsewhere. And this is really more of a theory derived from what I've seen these creators say and my own experiences. But okay, you have a few thousand people watching you, giving you positive feedback, and that feedback is reciprocated. The chat's like, oh man, they're doing you dirty, man. It's super fucked up what they're doing to you, dude. Oh, they're really bad. And sometimes the streamer's like, you know what? Yeah, they are fucked up, dude. Fuck these guys. I hate him. Spit on him. And the chat's like, yeah, yeah. A lot of times the chat wants blood. This is something that has been acknowledged within the community. Now, I'm really not trying to point the finger of blame in any one direction here. This process has a lot of moving parts. You have the creators themselves, their orbiters, the communities, the subreddits, the forums, the hours and hours and hours of streams, the comment sections, where the spiciest, most sycophantic takes are rewarded with the sweet, sweet dopamine of likes and faves and retweets and reposts. And all of it coalesces into one single force field that incentivizes drama farming and misrepresentation. Maybe we could term this the Vaush effect or something, because I think a lot of times criticisms against him are actually criticisms of this effect. But this energy bounces back and forth between fandom and creator until narratives are formed. And then those narratives are used as justification for all kinds of bullying, harassment, and coercion against perceived adversaries. And given the distance and speed at which these narratives can travel, a lot of times there's enough space between the actual harassment going on and the creators that it's really difficult to hold people accountable. But what's worse is that sometimes you get creators directly calling for the harassment, dogpiling, or brigading of other creators. If you're familiar with these spaces, you're probably familiar with this approach. Recently, Vaush did this to a creator some of you may know. Her name is Natalie Wynn, aka ContraPoints, LeftTube's mom. In the aftermath of the Vaush J.K. Rowling ironic misogyny debacle, none of those words are in the Bible, Natalie criticized Vaush for centering himself in the conversation on trans advocacy. And then, during his stream, Vaush said this.
The thing that really bothers me is, like, is this not exactly like all of the woke scolds who would reply to ContraPoints and say stuff like, are you done invalidating the voices of trans women who have been hurt by your content? It's such a shitty, presumptuous, woke scold kind of behavior because you're presupposing, yeah. The more of you are in the replies being like, that's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing her mind on this.
So, what he did here is harassment. With 7,000 people watching, he made an explicit
publicly
command to
shame
his
something,
telling them to go pile onto
oh my God,
with support for his position until she
you can't shame anyone,
or bent the knee, as it were. And lo and behold, his audience followed suit. And shortly after this, Natalie ended up locking her Twitter account and blocking Vaush. Now, I'm not a mind reader, okay? I can't pretend to know exactly what her motivations here were for doing these things. But what I can tell you, as someone who has gone through what I would consider a similar experience, being dogpiled by Vaush fans, this response does not surprise me at all. In the face of being flooded with massive amounts of undue condescension, I completely understand the decision to go private and block him. It doesn't matter how big your platform is or how experienced you might be, this stuff can really take a toll on you. This dogpiling is one of the things that drove Lindsay Ellis, another prominent video essayist, into quitting YouTube altogether. I mentioned before how Vaush offered me a cash bounty of double my ad.
But Lindsay Ellis did like the least controversial shit on the fucking planet. Like, I feel like there are substantial differences there. Remap. Media. Just put the play pause button. Okay. Okay, did we do it?
Revenue if I deleted my video. Well, when I did actually take the video down for a short period of time, he made a point to say that while his offer did still stand, it wasn't meant to be like a threat. It was intended as more of a chest-beating mafia-style sort of bluff thing.
It does make me look bad though. It was meant to be kind of like a mafioso chest-beating thing, which I only did because I've been sort of compromised by this, you know?
Which, in a way, I understand. I didn't see it as a malicious thing. The problem with that, though, is what this sentiment results in. When Vaush says stuff like this, he might be using ironic bravado or whatever, but his following, when they say it, when they call me a spineless loser that should delete his channel and make fun of me for stuttering and various other bad stuff, they mean that shit. These people become emboldened by this rhetoric to act in a manner that might on the surface just seem abrasive, but in actuality ends up being just genuinely abusive and coercive. And much like how each tweet from his fans that went after Natalie all berated her with the same message, that she's wrong, with the intent of bullying her into changing her mind, each comment on my video was essentially a copy and paste of his statements, with the intended goal of bullying me into deleting it. I'm not liking this floof here. How do I get rid of the floof? Haircut? Is that how you do it? It does make me wonder, like, how much of this is motivated by his fans' genuine beliefs, and how much of it is them just following orders. And while the exact ratio may be tough to find, I do know that were he not to make these statements and commands, this dogpiling would not be taking place. It's precisely this effect, the collective Vaush unconscious, that had me legitimately doubting my own intentions with my video. The influx of this type of stuff in the week after its release is part of what led me to actually taking the video down for a little bit. If you read things like this enough times, it really starts to get into your head. The combination of them being so confident that they're correct, while airing these feelings of victimization with such condescension, this is what eventually results in people being forced to fall in line by this community. It results in damage control when things come out that
You're
make them
acting
look
like
bad.
nobody
It's
saw
a really
the video.
problematic dynamic. Another more
He's
recent
acting
example
like
of this
nobody
dynamic
saw the
can be
video,
found in
really.
an extremely long and complicated interaction that Vaush had with the YouTuber Cat Black. To be clear, this one was a mess. As such, I'm only going to look at one specific example from it that relates to what I'm talking about here. I will try to give as much context as is necessary. So, around the time of Vaush's J.K. Rowling stuff, Kat made a tweet thread asking specifically trans women in her audience about the efficacy of the ironic misogyny Vaush displayed. So, basically asking, what do we think about this? Vaush eventually messaged her about the thread, and they went back and forth. Kat ended up leaking these DMs when she felt that Vaush had misrepresented their content contents to his stream. So during this exchange, Vaush's community attempted to rewrite the order of events with the goal of discrediting Kat by painting her as a sexual abuser. Their justification for this accusation was that Kat had made sexual comments about Vaush without his consent, pictured here. What this accusation is leaving out, though, is that what she said here was directly responding to Vaush saying this on his stream while referencing Kat.
Yeah, Vaush, pretty much exactly what Kat states he's into. Alright, are you guys ready for the mildest hot take in the universe? Okay? Super idpol, like, lefty black women who are like really condescending to white people in terms of their ability to engage in political discourse. Love fucking white dudes. It's the exact same reason that racist white guys all watch interracial porn to jerk off to. It's the exact same thing. It's identical. There's no difference. It's literally the exact same goddamn thing. It's true. I'm sorry, guys. People who have like racist thoughts tend to like weirdly fetishize like interracial race shit for like probably reasons they should be more critical of.
So neither of these things are good, right? Weird, sexually charged, invasive race play fetish rants are bad. Body shaming and leaking DMs are also bad, generally speaking. Her reasoning for leaking the DMs justifies the leak, in my opinion, but that's just me. However, while people can argue back and forth about which of these is worse, the point here is that the offensiveness of what Vaush said was almost completely ignored, while the offensiveness of what Kat said has been singled out and used as a line of attack. I'm not making a comment about which is worse. We shouldn't do either, but the point stands. Especially given that her tweet is directly responding to this invasive rant from Vaush. He said that stuff first. There is a different standard being applied here by this audience of people, and that's bad. Also, what's important to note here is that Kat later acknowledged her mistake in making this comment about Vaush in a tweet thread, but did Vaush acknowledge making any mistakes here, like talking about her in that manner on his stream? I don't know, and I have no plans of watching a 7-hour stream to find out. Maybe he did, but based on how his community still calls her a sexual harasser to this day, I have my doubts. And okay, so another thing somebody might say here is, well, Noah, doesn't your video encourage people to dogpile onto Debate Bros? It does paint them in a pretty bad light. Why is what you've done just considered criticism, but when we do it, it's harassment? And the thing is, you would be right to ask these questions. I'm willing to acknowledge that videos like mine contribute to this culture. They create negative impressions that can lead to dogpiling. It took me going through all of this to realize that this is one of the responsibilities of having a platform, and it's something I plan on taking seriously moving forward. You can't control what everyone does online, obviously, but you can take steps to be more responsible. So something like making it clear to my audience that if they're going to comment on someone's work who I'm criticizing, don't do it unless you're going to be constructive, or at least not be a dick. But my video's lack of disclaimers is so much different than Vaush actively weaponizing his audience against other creators, dogpiling them and coercing them into getting what he wants. And I think that difference is worth taking into account. And despite this difference, despite the fact that my video essay did not explicitly call for any public action against Vaush, as he's done here, I do recognize that it still could have had the same effect, which again is why, not just for streamers, but video essays too, and really everyone on this platform with a large audience, we need to be more responsible, especially when we're dealing with people who don't have our same level of protection. Now, I do want to be clear here. Once there was some communication between Vaush and I, once he was at least aware that the video I made did not set out to attack him unjustly, this condescension died down. After around this time, as far as I know, he didn't go out of his way to stir up drama on his stream. The wave of these comments slowed. Also, a war started, so I could be part of it, but I didn't do that, so I would never do that.
This is so vague.
I hate war. He addressed our conflict on a recent stream, and did so in what I felt was a fair manner.
Noah Samsen. I don't think that he's dumb. A lot of people in my community have said that he's dumb. I don't actually think that. I think that snark, when applied unwisely, can often come across as dumb because it gives the impression of a sort of confident ignorance of a subject, you know. We'll see how things play out with him.
And I do appreciate this, but there's something missing here if I were to just leave it at that. Because while I'm willing to acknowledge that in our direct interactions, Vaush has been fair to me, what I can't look past is the way that through the mobilization of his community, he has caused harm. Not just to me, but to other, more vulnerable people. The backlash has been exhausting for me. I hit a low point during the weeks following my video's release, which was the lowest I've been in a long time. But the thing is, no matter how bad this experience might have been for me, ultimately, I've had
Larger
it easy
creators
compared
can't talk
to
about
others.
smaller
And there are a few
creators at all.
reasons for this. I am someone who already has
Otherwise
a
it's
decently
punching down.
sized platform.
That's it.
I have a base of online support, and from this direct material stability. I do this full time, and I have the freedom to take breaks when things get heavy. What's more is that I am also afforded certain protections that a lot of other people are not. I cannot be attacked in the same way that marginalized creators can, with the weight of actual discrimination and persecution compounding on top of these attacks, with the attacks themselves being capable of levying transphobia, homophobia, sexism, or racism, of attacking people for who they are. They can't do that to me. What this means is that there's a certain amount of deferential treatment going on here that I think is worth exploring. The deferential treatment in this case being from the communities that are motivated by Vaush's actions. If you want an example of what this deferential treatment looks like, all we have to do is look at what happened to Professor Flowers. Professor Flowers released a video last week that goes over her experience of dealing with the backlash from debating Vaush. In it, she describes how difficult it's been for her to get back to making videos. It's taken her over 6 months to do so, and one of the reasons for this is the racist harassment that she has experienced. And regardless of how you feel that she portrayed herself in their debate or in any subsequent videos or streams, this is something that should be unacceptable. I do recommend that you go watch her video.
No, it's
I'll
just
leave it linked in
incredibly
the
vague.
description. One of the most frustrating parts about this whole thing is the fact that even by just mentioning her in this video, I have to contend with the fact that I might be reigniting some level of harassment against her and any of the people I mentioned. And that's just really shitty that that's how this has to be. I did get her permission to include her in this video, but the fact that I felt the need to ask, I think, says something. Anyways, let's look at one example of differential treatment from her situation. So this is a thumbnail from a prominent Vaush Clips channel featuring an image of a photoshopped black Adolf Hitler. The video that this thumbnail is on is a segment from Vaush's debate with Professor Flowers. The video is titled, "Vaush owns a black white supremacist debate." It has been deceptively edited to make it seem as though Professor Flowers says things that she doesn't say. This includes a moment where they make it look like she calls her own father an oppressor because he's white. Many viewers took this at face value, commenting how messed up it was that she talk about her family like that, even though she never did. The account admits to having done this, but says that it's fine because according to them, she probably believes it anyway. This is something that should be unacceptable. And before you say that it is, that this sort of behavior is denounced, and that members of Vaush's community are purged if they're found acting in racist ways, the channel has 25,000 subscribers. This is more subscribers than Professor Flowers herself has. Professor Flowers tweeted a screenshot of this thumbnail.
What is Vaush supposed to do about that?
Has 25,000 views and a 98% like.
He's supposed to take down every video?
Vaush follows this account on Twitter. They know about this. They just don't care, or they don't see the racism. And I'm not really sure which one of these is worse, but I think both should be unacceptable. A related example here of this sort of differential treatment is with a creator that I mentioned earlier.
How is that a big
Cat
deal?
Black.
I'm
Now,
sorry. Is that a big deal? Like what? Download that video. This is really pretty bad. This is a pretty bad one. Pretty bad. It's up there. Yeah, I don't know what he wants to be done about that. Like, if somebody's giving, like, legitimately bigoted against white people criticism, and they are saying that it is a dog whistle for white people when they do call them oppressors and colonizers, I don't know what else to say about that. I think he just is very biased.
Now, in the past month or so, following this interaction with Vaush, Kat has mentioned how she's experienced racism from white leftists even more than she's seen from racist white conservatives. Now, for context, Kat is someone who's been around on YouTube for a long time, since 2005 to be precise. Goober Noah for scale here. This is me in 2005.
Hello.
Technically YouTubing, so that's cool. But my point is, Kat has been doing this for a while. She was on YouTube at the height of the anti-SJW wave, through all the reactionary and alt-right stages of content creators, and she's still uploading today. So when she makes this comment that she's received, quote, way more shit from white leftists than she does from racist white conservatives, immediately following this conflict with Vaush, with his identity politics arguments being spat at her online, well, that's something that should probably ring some alarm bells, no? A similar sentiment was expressed last month by Professor Flowers during another wave of harassment from Vaush fans. She wrote on Twitter, "I've literally experienced less racism growing up around white conservatives."
Boo-hoo. I'm sorry. I don't know what that even means. How are they defining racism? That's the issue. How are you defining racism? Like, what are leftists saying that is racist in particular? I don't kind of see where that connection is being, like, drawn. They're just associating, like, online hate with just real-world hate. And most people are not confrontational in real life, by any means. Most aren't. Most will go out of their way to not be confrontational. And the fact that Kat Black, somebody that's been around since 2005, with how many viewers? Too?
That's something that should, when she shared this 2005 to be precise.
She has less than 500,000 subscribers. Like, and to begin with, like, she is not a smaller creator. She is a larger YouTube creator than Vaush. So I feel like this is just cry-bully shit, basically. And she's just trying to get a part of the discourse, which is fine. I just hate when just because she's a black woman of color and has been around since 2005 and has been through Gamergate and shit, which, yeah, was very racist and shit. That means that she can't have a bad take on something. Like, that's okay. And she can feel that leftists are more confrontational. Maybe because she just feels like, yeah, I don't know why she would feel that way. To be honest, that's kind of weird. Less confrontational, but I really do. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a big double standard with this Vaush and Kat Black thing. Well, and definitely the Noah Samsen thing. Noah is kind of... Yeah.
Goober Noah for scale here. This is me in 2005.
Hello.
Technically YouTubing, so that's cool. But my point is, Kat has been doing this for a while. She was on YouTube at the height of the anti-SJW wave, through all the reactionary and alt-right stages of content creators, and she's still uploading today. So when she makes this comment that she's received, quote, way more shit from white leftists than she does from racist white conservatives, immediately following this conflict with Vaush, with his identity politics arguments being spat at her online, well, that's something that should probably ring some alarm bells, no? A similar sentiment was expressed last month by Professor Flowers during another wave of harassment from Vaush fans. She wrote on Twitter, "I've literally experienced less racism growing up around white conservatives." There seems to be some sort of pattern here that may be worth noting. I don't know what it is, but it's super crazy. Oh my gosh, what happened?
Oh my gosh.
One of the ways that Vaush and his community operate that serves to control the narrative is by outwardly and loudly condemning harassment when it is made public. I remember tweeting a screenshot of some harassment I received on Reddit DMs from a Vaush fan a while ago. Members of his community, like mods, immediately came in and sort of made a display of the fact that the person harassing me had been banned and that they didn't tolerate that type of stuff. And while I'm inclined to say that this is a good thing, that this is what is supposed to happen, at the same time, I can't help but wonder, why is this still up? Obviously, they know about
God,
it,
he doesn't
and they
control
haven't done
that
anything.
fucking
And my
video.
guess is that when it comes to people that they've collectively decided are okay to punch down on, people like Professor Flowers, then there's no real incentive to crack down on this stuff. When the people at the top have signaled that being mean and dogpiling the bad people is okay, then why would anyone say
they knew it
if
was
it's
an
not
edit,
advantageous from a PR perspective,
Oh my
then
God, he
why bother?
includes
A
that he
related
knew it
point
was an
here,
edit
and
in
something
the
that
video.
Lua brings up in her video, is that examples
That
like
the
these
comments
really
knew
make
it
you
wasn't
wonder
edited.
just how
Or
much
it was
racist
edited.
shit goes on in these spaces unchecked. How many so-called leftists from this community have felt emboldened by Vaush or any one of his orbiters to pile
So
on
they
to
knew
Professor
it was an
Flowers?
edit.
And how many of
They
them
knew
are
it was
going
a
to get
comedy
away with it? How many of
bit.
them will say years down the
And
line,
he's still
oh
acting
man, that
triggered over
Professor
it
Flowers
because they have
drama
Black
was
Hitler on it.
really
It's like,
crazy,
okay.
right guys? It was fun while it lasted though. Meanwhile,
I think Hitler would have
6
been
months
bad no
of
matter what
racist
color
harassment
he
that almost
was.
resulted in Lua quitting YouTube and worse.
Okay.
And that just really doesn't sit right with me, you know? And I hope it
Comparing
doesn't
her
with
to,
you either.
like,
I hope
Hitler.
this causes
Like,
you to
yeah,
wonder, like,
I
hey,
think,
why does stuff
with
like
her
this only
advocacy,
seem to be a
with the
problem
way that
when
Vaush
people
was
shine the
presenting
spotlight
premises
on it?
and
Are we okay
the way
with
she
this sort
kinda
of deferential
deflected.
treatment for marginalized creators
definitely.
just because it's been greenlit from the top? These are things that I feel like we should be thinking about. But I don't know. I don't know anything, actually.
Definitely, for sure.
Don't listen to me. So, time has passed, right? And as I said, things have mostly calmed down for me, but I still wanted to speak on this experience, not just because it has been exhausting, but really because I know I haven't seen anywhere close to the worst of it, and that genuinely worries me. It worries me for the people that may experience this without the protections that I am afforded, or without the support base of being somewhat established as a content creator. It saddens me for the people who have already gone through it, people who I know are just trying to do good, with the odds stacked against them, and being nearly driven off of the platform because of it. I really don't want to see that happen to anyone, and regardless of your opinions of any of the people that I mentioned here, I hope you can understand where I'm coming from when I say that. This video is not a personal attack on any of the creators that I've mentioned. All of this does stem from my concern over mistreatment in online spaces, and thus mistreatment in any form. My name is... Don't do it, okay? Don't do it. Don't be little freaks, okay? Okay, well, be little freaks, but not that kind. But yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say. Thanks again to Casetify for sponsoring this video. Go to casetify.com/NoahSamsen to get 15% off your order. Great product. That's my name. I really like this. And a very special thank you to my patrons who should be scrolling by right now. You guys are awesome, and I hope to bring you some content very soon. Seriously, message me in there and tell me what you want, because I don't know what anyone wants from me in my life these days. And last thing, I am aware of all of the criticisms from my last video. I know some of you might be upset that this wasn't a full retraction with an apology extended mag clip type video. I may eventually touch on those in a video or in writing or something, but for now I thought this was the more important thing to talk about, regardless of whether or not you agree with that decision. I hope you can understand where I'm coming from there. Anyways, take it out, take it peasy, take it easy peasy lemon squeezy. Peace out and goodbye, and see ya. Bye.
Yeah, I don't know how Noah Samsen has this many,
Orange? Brown? What if I was Italian? What then? What would you say?
That's how I made their environment. And... Okay.
Good job, Noah.
Goodbye. Can we watch the movie?
I don't know. I think, I don't think people should be taking Noah Samsen very seriously. That's basically it. Yeah, I like he's good at editing, definitely. Which is definitely a skill, or whoever does his editing. And he's very charismatic. And he's very nonchalant about a lot of things, too. I think that, plays in with that a bit. But he's wrong, so...
Повернувся з безодні окупації НАТО.
Князь таких жахів не розповідав.
Спасибі вам за інформацію. Та я хотів би поставити вам ще одне запитання. Артеме, рули спершу до
Okay. Yeah, that was a pretty bad video. right.
А потім уже до мене. Що вам відомо про окупаційні війська?
Що? Вибачте, не розумію
And I think 4 hours is going to be coming up on an end. Or let's stop at 4 hours 30 minutes, and then I'm off.
Там ніде власне не бували. Сама лише глушина навколо.
Артеме, підійди на.
Yeah, so there's like really no like constructive criticisms that Vaush can do. Like Vaush can't do anything in terms of engagement with any other smaller communities with his like type of content, especially being a debate person. You know. He was basically saying last time that it's like there really wasn't much of a place for debate people in this sphere, which just kind of stupid. Pretty stupid because we need those arguments to take precedence over the inferior ones, which I think that Noah demonstrates. He just doesn't need to because these people are being harassed, and everybody gets harassed on the internet. Are you kidding me? Everyone. Oh my god. My grandparents that like don't spend any time on Twitter, barely any time on Facebook, they get harassed probably by spam emails and phishing accounts trying to steal their bank information, probably, you know? And this verbal form of harassment, I guess, is just not, what was I going to say? Give me a sec. This version of verbal harassment is not as harmful as it seems. He's just calling them racist, saying Vaush isn't racist though, but it's the leftists that are racist, and then they go and blame these people for cultivating these racist communities, which I don't see how Vaush or Sanderhall are cultivating these communities. Like they're like vehemently anti-fascist. Just find that pretty hypocritical. So, yeah, or it's just contradictory, really. It's just pretty contradictory. I'd say that anti-fascists are trying to like cultivate a personality of hate, basically, against minority groups. It's probably because they just probably have a bad take. I guess why? They had a bad take regarding race. So you'll find a lot of leftists, which you know what? You probably don't even know what race most people are on Twitter, especially the replies. So I just don't know how he's just deciding, oh, these people are racist. These particular accounts are racist, and they're being followed by Vaush. And and he used that third-party account as evidence to support that. The third-party account, which the Thermia, I think is what it's called. Which I've watched. It's funny. A lot of them are pretty transparent with their comedy ones. I guess I don't know what the issue was. I guess I'd have to go back, but really was the only issue that they deceitfully edited the video. But he even admitted, or in the comments, they said that it was an edit. So, yeah, I don't get it. Yeah. And it wasn't even, and it wasn't even Vaush's account. And they're like, oh my god, it has so many more viewers than Professor Flowers. It's like, not that many more subscribers, really. And it was a debate on a bigger viewers channel. Are they not allowed to cover debates that Vaush himself has? I don't know. That's kind of dumb. I think that's pretty dumb, too. I don't think that's tenable for any, like, future content creation, basically. But, I don't know. Fuck it.
Here's William Lane Craig to try to rebut criticisms of his favorite argument for God, the Kalam cosmological argument. For those who haven't heard it, this argument says that everything which begins to exist has a cause, the universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause.
We don't know that the universe
Craig believes
began.
that such a cause is God.
I don't even know if that's like a proper thing that a universe can do.
What would you say is the chief criticism of the Kalam cosmological argument, and then what would you respond with?
Well, by chief criticism, let me...
They're all very weak, of course. He's going to do a lot of...
I don't think that the first premise, whatever begins to exist, is really susceptible to significant criticism.
Why not? At the quantum level, we see particles pop into existence without apparent cause. So apparently, something can begin to exist which didn't exist before without anything causing that change. When it comes to quantum particles, anyway. And if what one means by beginning is that it doesn't have an infinite past, but there was no time when it didn't exist, which is definitely true of time itself and seems to be true of the universe, then it isn't even intuitive to infer that such a thing needs a cause. Why would something need a cause if there was never a time when it didn't already exist? How could it even possibly have a cause if there was never a time when it didn't already exist?
The idea that anything, and in particular the entire universe, could just spring into being uncaused out of nothing is, I think, just metaphysically absurd.
Well, nobody claims that the universe came into existence out of nothing, except for Lawrence Krauss, who has an idiosyncratic definition of nothing. For the universe to come into existence out of nothing, it would have to be preceded by nothing. That doesn't even make any sense, because in order to be preceded at all, something has to be preceded by time rather than nothing. The universe was never preceded by time. It was never preceded at all, as far as we can tell. There was never a time when the universe didn't exist in the 13.7 billion years that time has existed. Since you can't cause something to exist when it already exists, the universe could never have been caused, because there was never a time when it didn't already exist. The universe didn't come into existence out of nothing, because there was never a time when there ever was nothing.
So
yeah, I don't, like, yeah, when was there nothing?
The argument is the
I don't even know.
We
don't even know if there was a nothing.
I actually think this is a less controversial premise than
the
idea that everything which begins to exist has a cause. There is some evidence that the universe began to exist, in the sense that it doesn't stretch backward in time infinitely, but the idea that something can be caused to exist when there was never a time when it didn't already exist seems outright contradictory to me.
And I offer both philosophical arguments and scientific confirmation of
Alright, let's get into it. Alright, we are going hard for those last 10 minutes. Better be ready. Because, no I am. Okay, there we go. Oh, fuck, I hate
this premise. Now, in response to the first philosophical argument based upon the impossibility of an actually infinite number of things, I think the most substantive response would be to simply say that that's the nature of the actual infinite. It's bizarre. It is strange, and just bite the bullet and accept these consequences. And my response to that, I guess, is that I'm kind of a common sense sort of guy.
Appealing to common sense.
I do not believe that things like a Hilbert's Hotel or Bernadette's book, where you have an infinite number of pages in the book with no last page, that and on, the Grim Reaper paradox, that these sorts of things, I don't think they're possible.
Wow, what an impressive rebuttal, an argument from incredulity. While I think the universe probably has a finite past, I see no reason why it would be impossible for the universe to have an infinite past, because, as Bertrand Russell said about infinite regress, there's no logical problem with the idea of a series with no first term. Math can digest that idea just fine. If it's logically possible, if it's mathematically possible, why can't it be physically possible?
In reality. Now, the second argument for the finitude of the past is based upon the impossibility of completing an actually infinite number of things by successively adding one member after another.
That's certainly not a problem if all points in time are equally part of reality, rather than being contingent upon being reached by previous moments in time passing. This is called the B theory of time. The A theory of time says that only the present is real and the future isn't real until it is reached by passing through the present. The past creates the present in this view. I could see how maybe an infinite number of successive events might be impossible according to the A theory of time, but the B theory of time is what the evidence from relativity shows. Physics seems to strongly indicate that all points in time equally occupy reality, and their presence in reality is not contingent upon previous moments in time.
And I think here the important and substantive criticism of this argument would be to deny the dynamic or tensed theory of time, which presupposes that temporal becoming is an objective feature of reality.
That's the A theory of time that physicists largely reject. The evidence seems to show that this view of time makes no sense at all.
Rather, one would defend a tenseless or static theory of time, according to which the universe began to exist only in the sense that a yardstick begins to exist. But obviously a yardstick doesn't come into being at the first inch or the first quarter inch or whatever.
Yeah. Not only would an actual infinite number of events be perfectly possible under the B theory of time, the idea that the universe came into being at its earliest moment would be false. The universe didn't come into being at the Big Bang any more than a yardstick comes into being at its first inch, as Craig says. All points in time are equally, in a sense, already part of reality. And again, it is the B theory of time that makes the most sense given the evidence we have from physics.
And so in response to that, I took a philosophical duty and published two scholarly books on the theory of time, defending a tensed theory of time, and offering objections and refutation of a tenseless theory of time.
I'll put a link in the description to a video I did explaining Craig's nonsensical defense of the A theory of time, or the tense theory of time, as he calls it here. Suffice it to say that he disagrees with Einstein's interpretation of relativity.
Now, with respect to the scientific confirmations from the expansion of the universe and from the thermodynamic properties of the universe, there I think the evidence is very clear. Alex Vilenkin, a very prominent cosmologist at Tufts University, says there are no tenable models of a beginningless universe, a past eternal universe.
He loves to quote Vilenkin on this because Craig thinks that the Bordet-Guth-Vilenkin theorem proves that the evidence that we have about the Big Bang and cosmic inflation show that the universe could not be infinite in age. However, in Craig's debate with Sean Carroll cited Alan Guth, a co-author of the Bordet-Guth-Vilenkin theorem, as saying that their theorem does not conclusively prove that the universe could not have had an infinite past.
Now, you might think that, there's a theorem by Alan Guth and Arvin Bordet and Alex Vilenkin that says the universe has a theoretical physicist. I've explained to you why that's not true, but in case you don't trust me, I happen to have Alan Guth right here, one of the authors of the Bordet-Guth-Vilenkin theorem. Alan, what do you say? He says, I don't know whether the universe had a beginning. I suspect the universe didn't have a beginning. It's very likely eternal, but nobody knows. Now, how in the world can the author of the Bordet-Guth-Vilenkin theorem say the universe is probably eternal for the reasons I've told you? The theorem is only about classical descriptions of the universe, not about the universe itself.
I'll put a link in the description to the relevant part of that debate as well.
So I think that all that the critic can say here is science is provisional, tentative, maybe these finds will be returned in the future, somehow the eternity of the past restored.
While I don't think that the eternity of the past has been conclusively done away with, I don't think it's even necessary to showing the absurdity of the idea that the universe must have been created. The fact that you can't create something that already exists, and there's obviously no time when the space-time continuum, which is what the universe means, didn't exist, shows that the idea that a universe, or at best a multiverse, could be created is nonsensical.
And to that, I think the quite proper response is that we have no choice but to go on the basis of the scientific evidence as we have it, and that the scientific evidence we have is certainly strong and stable enough to warrant the conclusion that the universe is not infinitely past.
Well, again, that's not consistent with how one of the authors of the theorem, which you cite as evidence of this, interprets his own idea.
Me out on Patreon. You're a big help. Thanks so much.
Okay. We're gonna put the kibosh on this in about 2 minutes, more or less. Okay. If you enjoyed the stream, like always, follow, subscribe on YouTube, do all that bullshit on Twitter. That thing. Well, I also got a Discord. And not a TikTok because fuck TikTok. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna ever do TikTok. I think it's even worse than Twitter in some aspects. But I guess I'll deal with Twitter. And maybe TikTok is better. Holy shit. But because you can't really get, like, in Twitch, you really can't get the cadence and, like, sarcasm as well. And it doesn't really come off strong enough. tank go across this? Oh, I should be able to. I feel like I should be able to, but maybe not. Maybe I came here too early. So yeah, we'll try this again. If you enjoyed the content, follow, like, subscribe on YouTube, Twitch, all that bullshit, and Twitter. And I also have a Discord if you want to debate me at any time. While I'm twitching, not anytime. Not on that shit all the time. That'd be pretty impressive. But, yeah. We'll workshop that outro, for sure. For sure. Oh. Oh yeah, and I had to rescue that guy. Almost done. Almost done.
Спасибі тобі, добрий чоловіче. Я з мосту йшов. Батько в Силантії епітімію наклав до оселі цар риби піти. А мене оці от схопили.
I really like the Ukraine dub.
Єретиків та
Or Ukrainian dub.
Тут на острові Криївка. Прилад там. Нам не можна гріх, а тобі стане пригоді. Я тут очуняю трохи і назад. До віку за тебе
Yeah, I like these voice actors a lot better.
Може, і відмолю гріхи твої.
Just feels more authentic. Okay. Yeah, let's workshop how we end the stream right as well. This is version 2.0 now? Yeah, 2.0 was. Transition to just chatting format at the end. Here we go. Okay. Well, I'm thinking of streaming again pretty soon. The debate club got shut down on Discord, which was probably a good thing. Those guys were pretty spicy. I just wish, I could find some more of that spice and not necessarily get my videos taken down. But that's just really risky, I feel. I'd have to read up a little bit more on that. So we talked about the food shortage in Ukraine. That's going to be affecting Africa, not just Ukrainian. That'll be affecting Ukrainian morale, troop morale, civilian morale, political morale. Well, it would, especially seeing that. with their people. The massacre being taken place, U.S. sanctioning some of that. Biden, in his speech, being incredibly pro-union, which I support. And what else? What else did we do? Noah Samsen, of course, yeah. I do want to do a longer form video of Noah on that breakdown, maybe in the future. And what else? Yeah, because I felt like that was just really vapid. A lot of his criticisms came down to like Cat Black, who was a bigger viewer than him. And then she was just saying that he was sending hate, which I don't even think there was like much evidence of that besides Professor Flowers agreeing with him after a third-party video, like not even associated with Vaush, just Vaush consented to them, allowed this channel to re-upload edits of him. Not problematic at all. Hassan does this. Every big streamer does this. Destiny, I'm sure, does this. Yeah. As long as he gets a cut, I think is what he says. Yeah. Very bizarre. And it wasn't even that bad. It was obviously an edit. It was just a joke. It was obviously cutting together some bits. Everybody in the comments knew that. I don't think Noah addressed that it wasn't serious, and I still don't know why he wants them to take it down. Because it had a black Hitler on the front cover? Like, I don't think the color of Hitler's skin was the issue I had with him. So, yeah. Pretty whack video. Yeah, so maybe I'll splice something from this. Yeah, what else? What else can I fucking do? Splice something from this. Re-upload something later, maybe. Check for the tweets of this discourse. I'm sure he's gotten a lot of shit there. For sure. Seen what other people are saying on this, no shit, but yeah, I felt like it was just so weak. I think it's Noah punching up, which is most of the time fine. Ooh, Joe Lewis. Why am I not followed to him? Radical. That's on me. I did that. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. So. Yeah, I felt like a lot of his shit was just, and it wasn't even, and that's the other thing, is it wasn't Vaush's community. It's just so, it's such like a conspiracy theory thread. It's just like Vaush's community is bad, not Vaush, but he cultivates a community. Oh, and he was told to like spam Contra with hate until she changed her mind on it. Not hate. What did he say? Maybe bully. which was probably a bad way of saying it, to be honest. Not the best. Yeah, I'd say. For sure.
Here's William Lane Craig to try to rebut criticisms of his favorite argument for God, the Quran.
So yeah, all right. Still trying to end this thing. Yeah, I guess that was a pretty good recap. Yeah, the Noam Samsen thing I do want to get into a little bit more a little later. Because I think he is kind of worthy of criticism. He's pretty big. And I guess he's more of a meme dude, but still, I think he's worthy of criticism for sure. Especially if he is trying to give, like, videos like the Vaush effect, where he, like, tries to do a breakdown on him, when his breakdown is really unfocused and spliced with, like, a lot of insincere points, and it's kind of hard to tell which ones he actually wants you to care about. Yeah. So, like the Black Hitler thing, I don't think that was a hill he necessarily wanted to die on. But I think he wanted to make the video, so he felt like it would have had enough threads to span it out to 28 minutes. Like, 25 minutes is like minimum for a video essay normally. So he's just barely trying to hit that, and he also advertised the video too. Yeah, no, Samsen might be a huge grifter. I'm actually starting to think. Maybe. Yeah, I'll have to do some more investigation. At least maybe in terms of, like, punching up to Vaush, I'd say. Because, I don't know if he's ever confronted Destiny either. So, I don't know. Yeah. I think the Cat Black... I'd have to watch it again. I want to watch it at least once or twice more. See about the, like, Cat Black situation. Because I felt like he was really vague about that too. Like, harassment. Like, oh, I get so much harassment from the left. And then he attributes that to being Vaush. And it depends. I don't know, it depends. Like, a lot of these Stalinists, Marxist-Leninists, tend to be, like, basically conservative. Most of the time. So, like, I don't know if they're contributing communists. To that, maybe ANCAPs. I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to investigate that. Yeah, because it was all very vague. It was just about a bunch of comments that Vaush's fans sent. But, like, how much control do you want over that? Contra being, like, a massively bigger figure than him, sending to him to, like, oh, have her change her mind because it was a bad take. She probably didn't read the entire thing, you know? And then she blocks him over it. It's really weird. I found that really shocking when that happened as well. So, yeah, Vaush tends to be pretty spicy on Twitter, as well as Destiny. Yeah, so it's hard to say where the boundary is on that, on being edgy versus just being toxic. So, yeah. All right, well, let's wrap this up for real this time. If you liked the stream, liked watching maybe the segment that I put up later, possibly, on this, follow me on Twitter, subscribe on YouTube. I might actually get a new account on my YouTube channel because, I don't know, it's not ideal for me. Might just benefit from having a new one. So, fucking hey, goddamn. Okay, now I'm just rambling. Okay, subscribe. Follow me on YouTube. Subscribe on YouTube. Follow on Twitch. Not affiliate quite yet. Pretty far behind on that until we get there, obviously. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, ending the stream. Oh my god, I'm such a stoner. Yeah, subscribe on YouTube. Follow on Twitch. And also like my posts on Twitter. Oh man. Okay,